What is going on, guys? We are live for Devin Haney against Regis Prograis Fight Night. My name is Brendan. My channel is called Brendan on Boxing. We're getting a little bit of a late start here due to some technical difficulties, so I apologize for you guys for that. But we should be in for a good night. I've been pretty vocal in my prediction for this one, so we're going to see if I've called this right or if I've called it wrong, and I will look like a fool who doesn't know anything about boxing. But hopefully you will look forward to joining me throughout the evening. I will be covering the entire card from start to finish as far as the main portion of it. Debiaka, how are you doing? Good evening. Now, guys, I have to say straight off the bat for anybody who's listening as well that I will not be providing actually a stream of the fight itself, because I know I've had a couple of people ask about that in the comments in the past. So they will not be the actual footage of the fight itself, because I don't want to get in trouble with YouTube's copyright. So I will be commentating over the actual pay-per-view itself, but I will not be actually providing any footage of it. So, of course, if you're looking for that, there are ways you can watch it on DAZN pay-per-view, and there are other ways that you can Google to find the fight online, I'm sure. So we should be having, I think, a fairly interesting fight tonight, but one in which I'm also fairly confident in the outcome. I was confident when this was announced that Devin Haney is going to win. I've made 2 videos, so I doubled down on my prediction, and I think he is going to win tonight. But we'll see. I mean, if Regis Prograis pulls the upset tonight, the odds are pretty heavily in Devin Haney's favor as far as the bookmakers. But if Regis Prograis actually pulls the upset tonight, I will give him all the credit in the world, because in my book, Devin Haney has the advantages here. Even though he's the one that's moving up in weight, he looked bigger to me at the weigh-in. So if Regis is able to actually pull off the victory here, to me, it's going to be an upset. And I think he will deserve a lot of credit for doing that. And I think a lot of people, including me and a bunch of other people that went with Haney, will have underestimated Regis. So it's going to be interesting. Now, for those of you who are not watching the action live on the pay-per-view, we're having basically just a discussion going on to kick off the show with Kate Abdo, Sean Porter, and Chris Mannix. And they're basically just showing us footage right now from Haney and Prograis. So we're watching some clips of the Josh Taylor fight from about 5 years ago now, which in my opinion, that's Regis Prograis' best performance to date. And I don't think he has actually reached the heights that he did in that fight subsequently, which is one of the reasons actually why I feel like Devin Haney's level of opposition has been higher in the last few fights, because he's fought Kambosos twice. He's fought Lomachenko. He's fought Jojo Diaz. And Regis Prograis, in my book, hasn't fought that same level of opposition recently, really going back to the Josh Taylor fight, which is another reason why I think that Haney has the advantage going into this one. But as I say, we'll see what happens. So it looks like we're going to be seeing up next Ebanie Bridges against her opponent, whose name escapes me at the moment, Miyo Yoshida. That's right. Now, this fight, I made a thing that I put on my channel about this, not a video, but just a little post about it, where I basically said, I don't think it's very good matchmaking here that we have a lady. I understand there's a late replacement opponent, but I don't think it's very good matchmaking that we have a lady who's got a record of 2-5 in her last 5 fights and lost, not just lost, but actually lost 4 weeks ago, and getting a world title shot already for the IBF title against Ebanie Bridges. I'm sure they could have found, because I know it's a late replacement opponent situation, but I'm sure that they could have found a more worthy contender, number one. And number two, it's kind of disrespectful to the belt, in my opinion, because either you find a worthy contender or you don't put it on the line in a fight like this. It doesn't really seem... And if they couldn't find one, then that's the matchmaker's fault. That's the promoter's fault that they couldn't find a good enough opponent. They shouldn't be putting it on for a world title, in my opinion. I think that kind of makes a mockery of the belt. I think it kind of makes a mockery of women's boxing as well, in the sense that if you're putting... and I know there's mismatches that go on in men's boxing as well, but realistically, if you're putting this on for a world title, I mean, you would never see a world champion defending his title against someone who has lost by knockout 4 weeks ago in any kind of high-profile fight. And so I think that it's quite a bad look, realistically. And it's not the most high-profile fight on the card. So, you know, nobody's going to complain too much, but I still wanted to draw attention to it because I think it's a bad look for the IBF. I think it's a bad look for the promoters of this event. And I don't think it's very respectful of the champion or the challenger, that you have two people in here or one person in here fighting for the title who frankly shouldn't be, based on merit in the ring as far as recent form goes. So that's my spiel on that one. I don't know if any of you guys caught some of the pre-show as well, but we had Amari Jones. He's a prospect with, prior to tonight, 10 wins, 9 of them coming by way of knockout. He was on the pre-show. But the guy I'm really looking forward to seeing actually is Andy Cruz, who's fighting Jovanni Straffon. Andy Cruz, to me, has all the potential to become a world champion realistically within possibly his first 5 professional fights, depending on how they push him, because he now is in a division which has 3 vacant belts. And if he can line himself up properly from a matchmaking point of view, there's no reason really why I don't see that he could be fighting for one of these vacant belts. I mean, he's already going to be having his second professional fight tonight, and I think you're going to be very impressed with what he sees. But my point is, his first 2 professional fights are already going to be fought over 10 rounds. He's a gold medalist. He's already beaten Keyshawn Davis 4 times. I think you can push this guy really quickly. And I think if you put him in against Derevyanchenko, for example, or against Pitbull Cruz, who are rumored to be fighting for the WBO title, I think Andy Cruz could do very well against either of those guys. And I think, like I say, if he's matched properly, you could see him as a world champion within his first 5 fights. So I'm very interested in seeing Andy Cruz. And right now we're seeing the tail of the tape as well for Ebanie Bridges against Miyo Yoshida, which is coming up. It's for the IBF women's title in the 118-pound division. But like I say, it really isn't a case of a fight that should be happening, in my opinion, because Miyo Yoshida, on merit, with all respect, does not deserve to be in this fight. She's 16-4, but she has lost 3 of her last 5 fights, including she lost 4 weeks ago. So I don't think it's realistic to expect that she will be able to put on anything resembling a good performance tonight. But we'll see. But I don't think that's right. How are we doing, guys? Just having a look at the chat here. Haney being Devin Haney, overrated hype job, weight bully who can't hurt his smaller opponents, get hurt. Well, I mean, we'll see what happens realistically. The hype train gets derailed tonight. I appreciate all the comments, guys. I do appreciate them. So I'm going to respond to all of them as we go on throughout the night. But Devin Haney, in my opinion, is not a hype job. He is one of the best fighters in boxing at the moment, realistically, because I mean, when you even look at his last fight against Lomachenko, and he lost that one, in my opinion. But I mean, he was competing at a very good level against Lomachenko, who's one of the best fighters of really the last decade. And Devin Haney is still pretty inexperienced. I mean, he's only had 30 professional fights, and he's still very young in his career. I think Devin Haney, honestly, is one of the best guys in the entire sport. And I think he's going to prove tonight that it wasn't that competitive against Regis Prograis. I don't think he's going to be tested as much as some people seem to think, but we'll have to wait and see in a few hours' time. Maybe I will be wrong. Maybe I will be proven wrong. Maybe Devin Haney is a hype job. I will say this. I was very, very upset at the result of the Haney-Lomachenko fight. I thought that, especially watching it at the time, I thought that was a robbery. I was really upset, as a lot of people did, in fairness. A lot of people at the time, especially after just the initial fight ended and people hadn't had a chance to rewatch it, a lot of people were calling that a robbery. I certainly was. I was very upset. So I'm not a Devin Haney fanboy, but just based on his skills in the ring, I do think he's one of the most, I think, difficult to beat fighters in the sport. So we're watching Ebanie Bridges now from Australia. She's making her way to the ring, and she will be defending her IBF title, which she won in March of 2022. So last year, she realistically, she only started boxing at 30 years old. And she only started boxing professionally, if I'm not mistaken, back in 2019. So she's only been boxing professionally for 4 years. And the reality of the situation is that a lot of the women's divisions at this point in time simply don't have the depth of talent that men's boxing does. That's just the reality of it. And so even though she's done very well for herself to get to this point in a very short period of time, we have to be realistic and say that boxing as a whole has a long way to go as far as making the talent pool deeper. And that's one of the reasons why I don't think it's a great idea to be switching to the 12 3-minute rounds because I don't think that the talent pool is deep enough to support that. And I think we're going to get a lot of mismatches. It wasn't a robbery, but it was close. Yeah. So as I say, watching it a second time, I still think Lomachenko won. I thought the fight was closer than I originally thought on the first viewing. But when I watched it the first time live, I thought it was a robbery, and I was really mad at that one. Truthfully, I was not impressed at all. So David Diamante now is just running through the introductions. We are going to get to see Ebanie Bridges against Miyo Yoshida. Miyo Yoshida is from Japan originally, but I believe she's currently based in New York. Her last fight was in the U.S. She lost a 10-round decision. And again, that fight was only 4 weeks ago. So we'll see what she's able to do tonight, but I'm not expecting much. Ebanie Bridges is a -700 favorite for this fight as well, which truthfully I think is probably more a reflection of the odds makers. Let's say a reflection of Ebanie Bridges' relatively modest skill set in the sense that she's still only been boxing as a professional for 4 years. She doesn't have the slickest skills in the world. So I think that's why you're seeing the odds. Ebanie Bridges -700, Miyo Yoshida +450. That was the last time I checked on Friday. But I think those odds reflect the fact that even though Miyo Yoshida is realistically going to be a huge underdog here, I think the odds makers didn't have a huge amount of faith in Ebanie Bridges' skill set either, which is why, I mean, normally if an opponent had lost a fight only 4 weeks ago, you would have odds which are much closer than that, in my opinion. But let's see what we get here. So Miyo Yoshida, by the way, has not really got any notable wins as far as I'm aware over any of the big names. And she doesn't have any big losses as far as losses against a big name in women's boxing, as far as I'm aware. She does have 4 losses in her record. And as I say, 3 of those losses have come in her last 5 fights. The other thing about Miyo Yoshida is that she has 0 KOs on her record. So, I mean, realistically, I think there's a good chance that either Ebanie Bridges wins this fight by knockout or it goes to the scorecards. But it seems unlikely that Miyo Yoshida is going to get a knockout victory here, given the fact that she just fought 4 weeks ago, lost that fight, and is back in the ring here and has never had a KO in her career. So I think it's unlikely that Miyo Yoshida wins this fight, but certainly not by knockout. So it's going to really come down to whether she can get a points decision. And I don't think she probably will. So I feel fairly comfortable here saying that Ebanie Bridges is going to win this one. But let's wait and see what happens. Now, Ebanie Bridges has 1 loss on her record as well. She lost to Shannon Courtney, it was, and that was in 2 years ago in 2021. That was before she won her first world title with the IBF. She fought unsuccessfully for the WBA world title against Shannon Courtney, and she lost that one. She's trained by Dave Caldwell, I believe, as well. Ever since the Dubois-Usyk fight, I noticed the referees are making a lot bigger point now of actually delineating the high and low line on the belt. I've noticed that a lot more in a lot of the fights. So I feel like the referees have made a point of emphasis of that ever since that Daniel Dubois situation where there was all the controversy around the low blow, which it was a low blow as well. In my opinion, for those of you wondering, it was a low blow. All right, here we go, guys. So Miyo Yoshida against Ebanie Bridges. I will be calling this fight. I will not be scoring it, but I will be calling it. So we've just heard the first bell. 10 rounds, and both ladies are here in the ring. Miyo Yoshida, Ebanie Bridges for the IBF 118-pound women's title. Ebanie Bridges in pink, Miyo Yoshida in blue. Kind of the colors of the Japanese. Actually, it's more of like a purple color with a leopard print. Kind of the colors of the Japanese soccer team, I believe, is what she's going for here. I'm not sure, but it looks like that to me. So Ebanie Bridges is, both ladies are trying to establish control of the center ring here. Neither one of them is throwing a lot of punches, both kind of pawing out with the jab. Not a lot being thrown here. Ebanie Bridges is trying to be on the front foot, but they're really just circling each other, actually, truthfully, in the center of the ring here. So neither one looks very dominant so far. Neither one has landed a punch successfully, at least as far as I can tell. Yoshida's managed to put a jab out a couple of times. Ebanie Bridges has got out of range, and now they're clinching on the inside. The truth is here that neither one of these ladies is the slickest, best fighter in the women's division. So it could be a little bit of an ugly one here, guys. I got to be honest with you. So we're a minute in to round 1. Yoshida's actually doing well here. to be honest, if I had to score this round right now, she's probably landed a couple of more shots, a couple of more jabs than has Ebanie Bridges, who just missed with a right hand there. Miyo Yoshida jumps into the inside, and now they're clinching again. But yeah, I mean, this might be a round for Yoshida, to be honest. She's landed a couple of body shots there, a couple of body shots that bounced off the arm of Ebanie Bridges, but a couple did look like they actually landed on her midsection. And Yoshida's managed to actually land a couple of jabs, switch it up, and hit to the body. She's actually hit Ebanie Bridges quite a few times here, to be honest with you. Clean, with hooks and jabs to the head. Ebanie Bridges really should not be losing this fight, given the fact that she's fighting an opponent who's taken the fight on 4 weeks' notice. But I have to say as well, maybe that played into her preparation being a little bit lackluster once her previous opponent pulled out. But she didn't look very sharp in that round, to be honest with you. It wasn't the slickest boxing that you've ever seen. And I would actually give that one probably to Miyo Yoshida. So we'll see. We'll see how the rest of the rounds play out. But I would say Yoshida probably takes that one, to be honest with you. Now, I'm not sure. I didn't watch the entirety of the pre-show, the part of it that aired for free on YouTube. I only caught the Amari Jones fight. So I know we have the Andy Cruz fight and Ebanie Bridges, and then the Liam Paro against Montana Love, and then obviously the main event. But there were a couple of other fights announced on the card as well. And I don't know if those have actually taken place already or not. So we had Beatriz Ferreira, who's a very interesting prospect from Brazil in the women's divisions. And she's interesting because she has an extensive amateur background, but her style is much more of a pro style in the sense that she's a power puncher. She's kind of more of a brawling slugger, actually, even though she has, if I'm not mistaken, a silver medal from the Olympics. She's got multiple world championships. So she has a huge amateur pedigree as the second round gets underway now. So Ebanie Bridges is coming out looking much more assertive in this round. She's trying to take control of the center ring, trying to throw her jab a lot more, but she's still getting tagged with the right hand from Yoshida over the top. Ebanie Bridges needs to actually do something about defending that because she's going to start losing these rounds here if she can't counter the right hand. But Yoshida is basically really only throwing 3 shots. She's showing a body shot, she's throwing a jab, and she's throwing a right hand over the top. But all 3 of them are landing somewhat regularly. So Ebanie Bridges needs to be able to get a move on here and start defending a little bit better. Because right now, if she's not able to do that, then Yoshida's going to be able to win some of these rounds. But Ebanie Bridges is backed up against the ropes now. They were in the clinch, and now Yoshida has actually, or rather, Bridges has been able to kind of push Yoshida off her. But we are in the clinch again now in the corner. A lot of this fight has actually been, or rather has actually taken place in the clinch, to be honest. A lot of this round, rather, I should say, has actually been taking place in the clinches. Yoshida leaning on Ebanie Bridges and trying to push her back, and Bridges trying to fight out of it by keeping a tight guard and throwing shots to Yoshida's body. But Ebanie Bridges' defensive weaknesses are kind of being exposed here, to be honest. Yoshida, who I didn't really expect that much from, has done a good job so far. Ebanie Bridges has not landed too much meaningful. Most of her shots have been more winging punches over the top, but they haven't really been landing a lot. She's looking very crude here, actually. And Yoshida is once again, I think, going to come out with the victory in that round. I would say that's probably another 10-9 round for Yoshida, as her trainer gives her the thumbs up there, and deservedly so. But as far as what Ebanie Bridges can do, I mean, there's not a huge amount of combinations here that are actually needing to be countered. I mean, it's a jab, it's a right hand, and it's a body shot. But Ebanie Bridges' defense is just ultimately not that good. And she's really only being able to clinch and trying to throw hooks over the top. So unless she's able to actually get Yoshida off her, then she's going to be in for a bit of a challenge here, truthfully, which I was not expecting, given the fact that, as I've said for about the millionth time, it's a late replacement opponent. I guess there's a lesson here, guys, as well. You shouldn't overlook anybody because Yoshida is doing very well for herself here. So round 3 is just underway here. And Ebanie Bridges is once again being backed up. Bridges' problem so far is she's been very unsuccessful in establishing the jab. And as a result, Yoshida's just been able to walk forward. Yoshida's been able to do a lot more effective work with her jab than Ebanie Bridges has. Ebanie is just not able to find. I'm not sure what the reach is here. As Yoshida tees off with a combination. Wow. I'm not sure what Ebanie Bridges' reach is listed at. Yoshida's got, on paper, a slight height advantage. She's listed at 5'3.5" compared with Ebanie Bridges being only 5'1". But right now, Ebanie Bridges is not able to actually close the distance effectively, and so she's having to come in on the inside and clinch, but Yoshida's just teeing off on her with combinations. Ebanie Bridges' defense is letting her down here massively, and Yoshida is being able to box and alternate her shots and really light her up like a Christmas tree at this point. And Ebanie Bridges tries to throw a few jabs here, but Yoshida counters with combination of hooks to the head. Ebanie Bridges just is keeping her hands way too low. She's trying to swing these hooks in and then just clinch on the inside, but she's got no answer to these combinations from the outside from Yoshida, especially when she's able to alternate between going for the head and going for the body. But Yoshida is on her way, honestly, here to claiming, I think, the IBF world title if things carry on as they are. And in that case, it has to be a big upset because Ebanie Bridges was a big favorite in this fight. But Miyo Yoshida will have pulled off an upset that will go under the radar because this was the opening fight on the card. Neither fighter is that high profile. But it's going to be a pretty big upset, honestly, if she actually pulls this one off. So we're just getting a shot of Ebanie Bridges in her corner here. She looks like she's got a little bit of swelling around her eye area. And I'm not surprised given the fact that she's been very, very loose with her defense up to this point. So we're just about to make our way into round 4 here. If you're just joining us, guys, by the way, my name is Brendan. My channel is called Brendan Unboxing. I'll be doing these live streams all throughout the month of December, covering the big cards as they happen live, but I won't be showing footage of the actual fights themselves, just because obviously I don't want to get in trouble with YouTube's copyright. So Ebanie Bridges here is in a bit of trouble. She's coming out in the center of the ring. She's trying to throw some hooks, but Yoshida ties her up. And at this point, if Yoshida can just keep tying her up, hitting her from the outside, and Bridges again tries to rock, Ebanie Bridges basically, her game plan at this point is to try and walk forward, hit Yoshida with hooks, and then try and get underneath the jab. But Yoshida's being able to hit her with the jab and then tie her up when she gets in close. And the combinations are too much for Ebanie Bridges. She is being able to bulldoze into the inside a little bit more effectively this round. She's closing the distance, but she's not actually landing anything. And they're showing the punch stats on the screen right now. Ebanie Bridges has only landed 18 punches in this fight, according to the punch stats, as compared with 30 for Yoshida. But realistically, guys, this is heading towards being an upset here. But Ebanie Bridges here is trying her best to get onto the inside. It's not the most technical fight you've ever seen, honestly. If you can't see the action that's actually taking place on the screen, it's not the most technical fight that you've ever seen by any means. I don't want to pretend otherwise. It's turning into a bit of a brawl up close. But Yoshida is, when she's not being tied up by Bridges, she is actually managing to land the better combinations. I'm curious what the scorecards are going to say for this one, because to me, now obviously Ebanie Bridges is the more well-known name, but to me, Yoshida is winning this one 4-0 at this point. A lot of this 4th round, though, was fought in the clinch, which has prevented Ebanie from sustaining too much more damage. But at the same time, I wouldn't say it's allowed her to score a lot of shots either. Yoshida raises her hand there at the end of the 4th round, basically just to say that she feels she's ahead, but she doesn't want to start celebrating too quickly because I will say Ebanie does look like the stronger fighter of the two. She's got heavier hands and she does have more knockouts on her resume. So I don't think it's necessarily wise for her, or Yoshida rather, to start taking her foot off the gas at this point and start celebrating just yet. Yoshida's corner here is telling her that she's going to go out there and win this championship. And honestly, she only needs to keep Ebanie Bridges at range, continue to use the jab, and then basically alternate combinations of hooks to the head, mix in a few shots to the body, and she's pretty much found the recipe that Ebanie Bridges hasn't been able to deal with up to this point. Now, Ebanie comes out swinging. She looks tired, I will say as well. I think that's another problem. I don't know what her conditioning was like in her last fight, Ebanie Bridges, but it doesn't look good here to me. So Chris Mannix's scorecard, he's scored it 3-1 in favor of Yoshida. I truthfully would probably score it 4-0 in favor of Yoshida, but either way, Ebanie Bridges is on the losing end of this one at this point. Oh, as Yoshida lands another clean shot on the chin of Ebanie Bridges. If she was fighting at heavyweight, she would have been in serious trouble by this point. But I think because Yoshida is 118 pounds and has 0 knockouts on her record, as Ebanie Bridges slips now, she actually fell down in front of Yoshida. The referee is ruling that it wasn't a knockdown, and it wasn't. But it's not a good visual for the judges. Again, Ebanie Bridges looks out of breath. She's just stumbling forward. And when she gets on the inside, she's not being able to actually do any effective work whatsoever. Yoshida manages to control the clinches for the most part, and there's just more effective punches coming from the Japanese fighter. Yoshida is also being able to go target the body of Ebanie in this round a little bit more than she has she's not headhunting as much as she was earlier in the fight. She's targeting the body more. And I don't know if that's because Ebanie Bridges is tiring out or it's the body work that's actually tiring her out. But either way, Yoshida's actually having some more effective work going for the body here. And Ebanie Bridges is not having any answers. We got 10 seconds left in the round. They're tied up in the center of the ring. It's not a classic fight by any stretch of the imagination, but Miyo Yoshida manages to tee off once again and land on Ebanie Bridges. It looked like a shot hit Ebanie right on the bell, or maybe just after the bell. I don't have the commentary on the broadcast actually turned on. But Ebanie Bridges is in trouble here as she's being spoken to by Dave Coldwell in her corner. We also have this fight being advertised next week between Jake Paul and Andre August coming up. That will be Jake Paul's next fight. And in that one, he is actually, I have to give him credit, he is actually fighting a boxer. He's not fighting a UFC fighter. I know a lot of people won't know who Andre August is. Truthfully, I'd never heard of him before this fight was announced either. But the reality is he is actually a boxer. And Jake Paul is a novice fighter, and his standard of opposition, truthfully, has been better than Deontay Wilder's was at the same stage of his career. So I don't think he can be discredited too much for that, to be honest with you. I know a lot of people don't like the guy, but his opposition is no worse than a lot of fighters at the same stage of their careers who had more amateur experience. I mean, Wilder was an Olympic bronze medalist. So we're in round 6 now, guys. Ebanie Bridges versus Miyo Yoshida. Miyo Yoshida is the underdog here quite substantially. And if you're just joining this and you don't know who she is, she lost her last fight only 4 weeks ago. And she's lost 3 out of her last 5. But she has actually come here and has outperformed Ebanie Bridges so far. The odds had Bridges as a -700 favorite. And I said before the fight, the reason I think they're not even more substantially one-sided than that is because the odds makers don't rate Ebanie's skill set very highly. And you can see that here because throughout this fight, she just has not had any answers defensively. It's really her defense that's letting her down. I mean, truthfully, all she's done is walk forward and try and land hooks to the body. but it's just not been effective at all. The reality is that Ebanie's skill set is being exposed here by Yoshida, who's been able to control the fight from range on the outside, hit Ebanie clean to the head in particular whenever she's wanted to, whenever she's on the outside, I should say. And at the moment, it is not looking good for the champion. We've got 30 seconds left in the round. They're clinching in the middle of the ring. Ebanie's working over the body of Yoshida a little bit, and she does manage to land a left hand on the chin, but it didn't have any kind of power behind it, and it didn't do any effect. But Ebanie Bridges has gotten hit on the chin so many times in this fight. I think it's just a simple fact that Yoshida doesn't have much power. Otherwise, Ebanie would have been, I think, in a lot more trouble here. And I think also that's something she's been able to get away with at this up to this point is that she's in realistically a division where a lot of her opponents will be lacking in power. She's been able to get away with having loose defense and just come forward and try and club people with these winging punches rather, but it's not working here. Yoshida is a lot slicker than I expected her to be. And quite frankly, in a lot of these women's title fights, you get pretty substantial mismatches where you basically think to yourself, who's actually thought this was good matchmaking? How did this lady actually work her way into a mandatory position for a world title shot? And before this fight, that was exactly what I thought was going on here. But truthfully, it's been much more competitive than what I was expecting. But if Ebanie Bridges loses this one, it's going to be because her conditioning is not where it needs to be, number one. And number two, her defense has simply not improved. And that's really what's let her down here, in my estimation, as we commence round 7. Yoshida is managing to actually land the right hand now quite regularly. Ebanie's landed a couple of shots here. As Miyo Yoshida has come in, Yoshida has been ducking her head quite low, and Bridges has been able to take advantage of that and hit her a few times on the chin. But even so, Yoshida has been just nailing Ebanie on the chin with that right hand. She just landed about 5 right hands right on the chin right there. And again, she just doesn't have the power to do any more significant damage. But I mean, it's really remarkable that Ebanie is being basically out-brawled by a fighter who has no knockouts on her record. But Ebanie is just basically being exposed as a one-trick pony strategy-wise. She's trying to brawl. It's not working. Her stamina is poor. And Yoshida's being able to control the fight at range and throw enough punches on the inside where she's consistently out-hitting Ebanie throughout all of the rounds. So we got 30 seconds left in the round now. This is round number 7. Yoshida lands a couple of a single jab there. Bridges landed a couple of hooks, and now they're clinching. And there's been a lot of clinching in this fight. Realistically, neither one of these ladies is amongst the elite of women's boxing from a technical skills standpoint. They really aren't, and I mean that with the greatest of respect. But Yoshida manages to tee off again with about 3 or 4 right hands to end the round. And she is, in my estimation, 3 rounds away from winning the IBF title in the 118-pound division. So we'll be seeing here, we're now listening to her corner. I'm going to listen in and hear what her corner is telling her. And then we cut away. We cut away to see Andy Cruz. He's getting ready. I assume he's coming up next. Now, like I said at the intro to this live stream, Andy Cruz is a prospect that I am super, super excited about, especially after 3 of the belts became vacant in the 135-pound division. The thing with Andy Cruz as well is that he has been working a lot because he's trained by Bozy Ennis, the father of Boots Ennis, and they've been working on improving his punching power. So if you've seen him fight as an amateur, He is very, very evasive. He's got very fast reflexes. And now, as a professional, it looks like he's staying in the pocket a little bit more. He's not trying to be as quite as evasive as he was in the amateurs, but the aim is to try and improve his punching power. And so I would not be surprised if we see a knockout here from Andy Cruz against Jovanni Straffon. Chris Mannix's scorecard is showing Yoshida up. She's won every round apart from the third on Chris Mannix's scorecard, and I couldn't really argue with that. I think she's won every round on my scorecard, but giving one round to Bridges really is neither here nor there. So we're in round 8 now. Ebanie Bridges is trying. I think she realizes that she's really behind on the scorecards here. She's trying to come forward and throw combinations, but her conditioning just isn't there. And she also looks to have the shorter arms as well, because what's happening is she's reaching in, she's throwing hooks, and Yoshida's just being able to counter her, and she's landing more often. And it's just being more effective. So they're on the ropes now. Bridges, rather, his back is to the ropes. There's been clinches galore. Ooh, a nice uppercut there from Yoshida. And she follows that up with a left to the body. Ebanie Bridges, don't get me wrong, she has landed punches. She has landed punches here and there. But overall, in each round, the majority of the volume and the majority of the damaging shots have come from Yoshida. 10 seconds left in round number 8. If Ebanie Bridges doesn't get a knockout here, she is not going to win this fight unless we get a horrible robbery on the scorecards. But she looks seriously out of it here as far as her ability to win this fight on points. Ebanie Bridges' conditioning, aside from anything else, is just not where it needs to be here. Yoshida's trainer is telling her that she just needs to keep doing what she's doing. And really, that is all she needs to do here, especially because Ebanie is tiring. Ebanie is tiring here, and as long as Yoshida doesn't get knocked out, then we are not going to be seeing Ebanie Bridges retaining her title here. So we're about to enter into round number 9. Bridges is in serious trouble. She's not going to be knocked out. I would be very surprised if that happens. But Yoshida is cruising to a points victory here. Yoshida throws the jab out, and she lands clean twice on the chin. Bridges counters with a couple of hooks, and they are clubbing hooks, and they do land clean on the chin of Yoshida. But Yoshida manages to clinch on the inside, hold the head down a little bit, and now they're backing up. Yoshida's pushing Bridges back up against the ropes. She tries to land an over-the-top right hand. It misses, but she's able to keep Ebanie at range with the jab. They're now in the center of the ring again. Ebanie is pawing with the jab, with the left jab. Yoshida lands clean with 2 jabs of her own. Ebanie Bridges throwing a lot of hooks as Yoshida lands with another uppercut. Bridges misses with an uppercut, but she lands with a left hook. Yoshida's just being able to keep the distance with those longer arms. And Ebanie Bridges, when she does actually manage to let off a flurry, a lot of it is hitting Yoshida on the side of the head, but not actually clean. We are halfway through round number 9, guys. Yoshida is about to win this fight on points if she can just hang on for 2.5 minutes, rather, I should say. More clinching going on here. Yoshida sticks out the jab. Bridges tries to counter with a body shot, with a hook, rather. She misses with an uppercut, even, I should say. There's a lot of punches being thrown here. It's hard to keep track. But Ebanie Bridges is not landing enough of them. That's the bottom line. She's not landing enough of them. Her conditioning is not where it needs to be. Yoshida just needs to stay on her feet now. There's 10 seconds left in this round. There's been so much holding. All she needs to do really is hold and clinch her way through round number 10, and she's going to be a world champion. Wow. I really did not see this coming. I have to be completely honest and say that I didn't have any knowledge of Yoshida's actual in-ring capabilities. I was basing the fact that it seemed unlikely that a fighter was going to come across or come off of a loss 4 weeks ago, but Ebanie Bridges has not prepared enough for this fight as far as her conditioning, and her defense has not improved as much as it needed to. I don't know if she's been distracted too much with her out of the ring activities, but I honestly have to question how much she's trained for this fight because her defense is not where it needs to be. She's not managing to land any kind of effective offense, and her conditioning is off. And all of this against a fighter who's taking the fight on 4 weeks' notice, who's got 0 knockouts on her record, and who lost 3 of her last 5 fights. So as much as Yoshida deserves a ton of credit for this one, Ebanie Bridges, I think, in fairness, deserves quite a bit of criticism for what's been a very poor performance, in my opinion, defending a world title in a fight which, on record, should not have been sanctioned for a recognized world title. We are underway in round 10, guys. Ebanie Bridges knows she is about to lose her title, so she has come out swinging. Both ladies are letting fists fly in the center of the ring. Yoshida is trying to close up and clinch. Ebanie Bridges is just trying to throw hooks wildly and to hit Yoshida on the chin and try and get her out of there. She's got 90 seconds to be able to do it. I don't think she's going to be able to, especially because Yoshida is able to clinch very effectively and then hit on the break with jabs of her own and right hands. Ebanie has done absolutely nothing to counter that right hand. It has landed almost every time Yoshida has thrown it, the right hand over the top, especially on the break coming out of the clinch. Especially as coming out of the clinch. And now Yoshida just basically, Ebanie Bridges is just leaning forward with her head down. She's completely exhausted here. She's completely spent. There's a minute left in the round. Every time Yoshida steps back on the break, she's being able to land something. A right hand over the top, a jab, a hook, or rather an uppercut to the body. Every time she breaks, and again, that right hand over the top lands. Ebanie Bridges is having a hard time staying on her feet here just due to the conditioning. She's leaning in with her shots as well. She's coming forward and just trying to throw a 1-2 combination, but she's leaning into it so much that Yoshida's just able to counter it. Bridges has got 20 seconds here, but she is going to be losing her world title unless there is a horrible robbery here. And actually, she looks wobbled. She looks wobbled. Yoshida unloads with a combination. My goodness, Ebanie Bridges looks wobbled here. The fight's going to end before she can go down. As the 10th round bell ends, the fight is over. Yoshida raises her arms. My goodness, this is going to be an enormous upset if this happens. I believe that they're showing her daughter at ringside, Yoshida's daughter at ringside. I believe that's who that is. I'm not sure. But if this is going to be an enormous upset, if it happens, in the sense that even though neither fighter is a huge name, even though neither fighter is tremendously skilled technically, the odds were all in Ebanie Bridges' favor. She's the much, much bigger name. She's much more well-known. She's been doing all kinds of promotional work with Conor McGregor, all of this and that. So she was the name fighter that realistically they'll have expected to win this fight, and she just failed to prepare adequately. Her defense was not good. Her offense was not good. Her accuracy was not good, and she just didn't have the conditioning to be able to effectively come forward and brawl in this fight. Yoshida, on the other hand, even though she lacked power, and guys, make no mistake about it, when you're in your 21st professional fight and you have 0 knockouts on your record, you lack power. But the reality is it was Yoshida who was actually closer to getting the knockout here. If Ebanie Bridges had had probably another couple of minutes in that round, she might have at least got put down for a knockdown. But that was a very disappointing performance, I think, from a fighter that was defending her world title, but a very impressive performance from the underdog, Miyo Yoshida, who was plus 450. And I will tell you this right now, even though they're separate fights and they're not related in any way, if Devin Haney has prepared as badly as that, then my prediction is in big trouble, because Ebanie Bridges, or rather Miyo Yoshida, is a substantial underdog in this fight, just like Regis Prograis is a significant underdog with the bookmakers against Haney. But I hope that Devin Haney has prepared better than Ebanie Bridges did for this one, because this was an impressive performance from Yoshida, the Japanese fighter, but it was a very big letdown from Ebanie Bridges, and she will be regretting this one because there's no guarantee in my book that she manages to actually come back and pick up a world title again on the basis of this performance. So we're going to get the official result here. All right. What have the judges scored here? 99-91 on 2 of the scorecards. 97-93. So it's a unanimous decision. 97-93 is close-ish. And it was Miyo Yoshida. Miyo Yoshida by unanimous decision, 99-91, 99-91, 97-93. She improves to 17-4. And she beats Ebanie Bridges. Wow. I'm aware that Ebanie Bridges is not exactly Shakur Stevenson as far as boxing skills go. But realistically, she should have won this fight, given all of the advantages that she had going into this. And it was not a good performance. Not a good performance defensively, conditioning-wise. All around disappointment if you were expecting Ebanie to win this fight. And we see Miyo Yoshida's daughter in the ring here. Wow. What a performance. Wow. I mean, she deserves it. I'm glad this fight was on the main pay-per-view as well. Realistically, I think it probably was because they wanted to be able to put Ebanie Bridges on the main pay-per-view. But I'm glad it was so that people got to see this big moment for Miyo Yoshida. She deserved this performance, or this victory, rather. She deserved this victory, and it wasn't even close. You could, I think, have made the argument that she won a clean sweep on, or rather won every single round. 2 of the judges only gave Ebanie Bridges a single round, but it was a very impressive victory. So we're hearing from Miyo Yoshida now, guys. She's being interviewed by Chris Mannix. What is she saying? He's just asking her how he got it done, or how she got it done, rather, after taking the fight on such short notice. 3 weeks notice. 3 weeks notice, having just fought 4 weeks ago and lost. So she's just answering in Japanese, and then the translator will translate in English, and I'll let you guys know what she said. Miyo Yoshida. I'll tell you what the translator is saying as well. So Yoshida just said that she respected Ebanie Bridges a lot. And when she got offered this fight, she took it. And she'll be glad that she did. Clayton, all the Devin haters, rather, gonna eat humble pie. Yes, I believe they will. Devin Haney is gonna win this fight, I believe, in fairly comfortable fashion. I do not expect Regis Prograis to get a knockout victory here. I do not expect him to get a points victory. I think Devin Haney wins this fight, and I think he moves up to 147 pounds. And I think even in that weight class, he's going to be tough for people to beat. I know his style isn't to everyone's taste. I know a lot of people think that he's boring. I know a lot of people don't like the fact that he tries to be a Floyd Mayweather style villain. I know a lot of people don't like his dad's antics, but you can't deny that his boxing ability is very, very good. His style is very effective, and it's hard to deal with for any opponent. Certainly, I think Prograis in particular, with all his feinting from the outside, with the shorter reach, and with the level of opposition that he's fought recently, I think Prograis is going to be in for a very difficult task. But as we've just seen, it's not impossible that you can see an upset because Miyo Yoshida was a huge underdog in this fight. And she managed to pull off the surprise victory. Wow. And it's cool as well that she did it. Apparently, she's a single mother, they're saying. So good for her that she's actually been able to do this. Her daughter is obviously very proud of her. Her daughter is in the ring hugging her mom. But yeah, no, that is not I have to say something I was expecting. Like I said, I had never seen Miyo Yoshida before, but just based on her record, based on the fact that she had fought so recently with 0 knockouts, taking the fight on 3 weeks notice, all of that, I'm very surprised. And I'm not just surprised that she managed to win. She didn't just land a lucky punch and get a knockout. She dominated the fight on points. So, yeah, all the credit in the world to her. Hernan Loney, appreciate the comment. So you got 500 on Regis. He's not going to be gifted like against Loma. Yeah. Regis going to win. Well, I have to say that I was not happy. I said this earlier on, but I wasn't happy when I was about to say Prograis when Devin got the decision against Lomachenko. I was very, very annoyed about that at the time. Watching it live, I said it was a robbery. Watching it back, it was a little bit closer than I originally thought, but Haney still lost that fight, in my opinion. I've been watching Regis his whole career. Today he shines. We'll see. We will see. I mean, I can't deny the fact that I don't think he is going to win tonight. I don't think he's got the style to do it. I think that Haney is a very, very bad style matchup for Regis. But we've just seen a huge upset here. And I know a lot of Regis fans are very confident that he's going to be able to pull off the upset here. So maybe I'm missing something. We'll have to see. Like I say, watching a lot of fights from both guys, it seems to me that just stylistically, Regis is going to be in for a difficult night. I think that Devin has the reach advantage. He's able to box so effectively from the outside. And when people close the distance on him, he hugs, he clinches, he holds. But we'll see. So there's only 3 more fights coming up on the main card here, guys. We've got Andy Cruz against Jovanni Straffon, Liam Paro against Montana Love, and then Regis Prograis against Devin Haney in the main event. So we've only got 3 more fights to go here, guys. I'm expecting that the main event probably will get started in about 2 hours' time, depending on how, I mean, it will obviously depend to some extent on how long these other 2 fights last, but I would say about 90 minutes, 2 hours' time, we will be getting the main event underway. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Is this a pay-per-view fight? I got to say as well, something that I was not even super impressed by is the fact that this fight is on pay-per-view. I believe it's not a pay-per-view fight. If anyone's watching this one from the UK, feel free to chime in the comments. But I believe the fight is not pay-per-view in the UK, but it's a pay-per-view fight in the United States. I got to be honest, I wasn't thrilled when I heard that because, you know, the DAZN broadcasting service was originally supposed to be a model where the fights were available on streaming. And then it was the biggest events, Canelo. We couldn't afford for those fights to be not happening on pay-per-view. But realistically, as far as I'm concerned, this one on merit shouldn't be a pay-per-view fight. The Katie Taylor Chantel Cameron one wasn't on pay-per-view. The Ryan Garcia fight wasn't on pay-per-view. I don't believe Sonny Edwards' fight is on pay-per-view next week against Bam Rodriguez, unless I'm mistaken. But as far as I'm concerned, this one shouldn't be either. We're just in an ad break here on my stream. once we come back, I think we're probably going to get some promo packages, and then we're going to get into Andy Cruz against Jovanni Straffon. Like I said earlier, guys, if you don't know about Andy Cruz, you should pay attention to him. He is going to be, I think, a huge star in the 135-pound division very soon. He's the gold medalist from the 2020 Olympics in Tokyo, and he beat Keyshawn Davis in the final. The fight was 1-1 going into the third round, and Andy Cruz, I was about to say Keyshawn Davis. Andy Cruz won that fight 2-1. But he also holds 3 other amateur victories over Keyshawn Davis. And it's worth noting as well that in his first professional fight, he fought Burgos over 10 rounds. Juan Carlos Burgos, that is. He fought him over 10 rounds. And if I'm not mistaken, Keyshawn Davis fought Burgos in his 7th professional fight, 7th or 8th fight. And I don't remember how many rounds that one was, but Andy Cruz fought Burgos over 10 rounds in his first fight, and he dominated. I don't remember what the scorecards were for that one, but Andy Cruz probably won 8 or 9 out of the 10 rounds. And it was very impressive. Andy's being trained by Bo Zienis out of Philadelphia, I believe. The father of Boots Ennis. And Andy Cruz, the thing I know that they've been getting him to work on is trying to sit on his shots a little bit more and turn his punches to the inside. Because they're trying to get away from pitter-patter shots and just volume without power behind it, like he was throwing in the amateurs. So if you watch Andy Cruz fight in the amateurs, his strengths are that he has tremendous reflexes. He's got fantastic footwork. He's probably got some of the best footwork in all of boxing across any weight division. And his reflexes are outstanding as well. So if he can combine that with learning to turn his hooks inwards a little bit. If power is equal, Haney wins this 10 times. Haney will never hurt Regis, while Regis will have Haney. I can't even read. My goodness. Well, Haney will be on wobbly legs with one punch. We will see. So you paid for this one to support Regis. Yeah. Well, good. I mean, good for you for doing that, I will say as well, because these fights that are actually taking place on pay-per-view, like, I'm not a huge fan of it, but at the same time, you know, it is important that people support boxing as well, because it needs it at the moment, especially in the US. You know, the UFC is doing such a good job at the moment. I remember I watched Crawford against Spence in a bar, and there was UFC pay-per-view going on rather at the same time. It was my mind's gone blank. It was Dustin Poirier against Justin Gaethje was the main event of that one. And at least where I was, more of the TVs, like significantly more of the TVs, were showing the UFC. And you could tell a lot more people were paying attention to the UFC. I mean, people were watching the boxing, but especially they were really just paying attention to the main event. But a lot more people, I think, were paying attention to the boxing or to the UFC rather. And the reason why I mentioned that is just because that was one of the fights of the year, maybe the fight of the year, really, in boxing terms. Haney against, or rather not Haney, Crawford against Spence. So my point with all of this, I'm going off on a tangent here. My point with all of this, I'm distracted because we're hearing from Eddie Hearn, and I'm just trying to listen into what Eddie Hearn and Sean Porter are saying. They're talking about Jaime Munguia against John Ryder. I just hope that we don't get Jaime Munguia fighting Canelo. I really don't want to see that. I don't know if any of you do, but I really don't want to see that instead of David Benavidez. I really don't want to. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Just showing love. You keep grinding. Yes, I appreciate that, Mrs. Juice Do. And I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing anybody's names while I'm reading out the comments as well. I'm trying to keep an eye on the screen and keep an eye on the comments, but I appreciate that, Mrs. Juice Do. Just showing love. Keep grinding. I will. Don't worry. I keep coming with the videos. I'm going to keep improving things. This is only my 3rd live stream, guys, as well. So if there's any technical difficulties, anything like that, do bear with me. Webley Clayton, everyone thought Mike Tyson was going to steamroll Danny Williams. I mean, that's true. That is true. But Mike Tyson at that point in his career was significantly declined, I think. Whereas Devin Haney, I mean, Devin Haney's 25. I don't remember exactly how old Tyson was when he fought Danny Williams, but he must have been, I don't know. How old was he at that point? How old was Mike Tyson when he fought Danny Williams? But it was at the end of his career, definitely. Because that fight, if I'm not mistaken, that was in the early 2000s, wasn't it? But, I mean, so Tyson must have been close to 20 years into his career at that point, whereas Devin Haney is 25 years old. I mean, we can see upsets. We can see upsets, though, so we'll see. So we're hearing about just basically a promo work for the Saudi show. They're talking about Joshua Wallen, Parker Wilder. I have to say as well, it's been kind of funny watching the posters and stuff come out for this fight because they're trying to make it look as much as possible. Mrs. Juicy, your boyfriend has a boxing channel as well, so make sure I show love to other people. I appreciate it. What's your boyfriend's channel called? I'll give it a shout out as well on here. I'll make sure to check out some of the videos. So I'm relatively new to this. I've only been doing this since basically the beginning of September, but it's been a blast so far, and I will keep doing it, keep grinding away, and I'm going to have some interesting new stuff coming soon in the next couple of weeks as well. But yeah, I think it's funny that we've got all these promos and stuff coming out, all the posters, everything for this fight, for this card rather, on December 23rd. And they make it look like it's Joshua against Wilder. If you didn't know and you saw these posters, you'd think it was Joshua against Wilder. And it should be. But unfortunately, it's not. I put out my predictions for both of those fights this week as well. I'm thinking both Wilder and Joshua are going to be victorious. We'll see. But there's a lot of stalling going on here. I think we're just trying to kill time until we get into this Andy Cruz fight, guys. So if you're just joining me, Just Do Boxing, guys, I appreciate all of your comments. Okay, so I will check out that channel, Mrs. Just Do. I will check out that channel, Just Do Boxing, guys. Have a look as well. There are a lot of channels on YouTube that I'm not familiar with. So if you have any good channel recommendations as well, shout them out in the comments, rather, I should say. But Just Do Boxing, check it out, guys. I will check that one out after this stream is ended. I will be here throughout the rest of the night. We've only got 3 fights left on this card. The overall card had 7 fights on it. So we had Beatriz Ferreira against Destiny Jones. And then Amari Jones, I'm assuming no relation, against Kilesto Madera, and Shamar Canal against Jose Antonio Meza. I caught the end of the Amari Jones fight on the pre-show, but the other two, I have to admit, they must have taken place rather earlier on the pre-show because I missed those. So I'm not entirely sure the outcome of both of those fights, truthfully. So now we're hearing a promo package, an interview with Andy Cruz. He's being interviewed, it looks like, in the in an office or the locker room of the Golden State Warriors, because the fight itself, if you don't know, is taking place in San Francisco. I think it's taking place at the home of the Warriors. I assume so. But yeah, we're seeing basically a promo package. How old was George Foreman when he knocked out Moore? 45, I guess. I'm pretty sure. I mean, yeah, I see the point you guys are making, that Prograis has a chance to win this fight. And look, maybe I will be wrong. Maybe I'm going to look like a fool here because I've been the one saying that Devin Haney is going to win this one, or rather not that close. You know, I will say that he was hurt by Linares, Haney was. And he was wobbling back to his corner at the end of round 10. And it's possible that Prograis lands and hits him with something. But if you look at Devin Haney's fights, he's able to keep range control very effectively. And when guys get on the inside against him, Devin Haney is able to clinch and hold, and the referees let him get away with it as well. So if he's able to clinch and hold as much as he normally does tonight, Regis is going to, I think, have a hard time hitting him with something. In that Linares fight, Devin Haney was able to stay on his feet as well. But I think probably a lot of people would say Prograis has more power. So we'll see. We'll see. I know Prograis has a lot of fans. He seems like a likable guy. And I know a lot of people don't like Devin Haney, both because of his style, but also how he comes across. But be that as it may, I think he's a very effective fighter. But hey, if Prograis pulls off the upset tonight, then I will give him all the credit that he will, deserve. So we're just getting ready here. The tail of the tape. Mrs. Just Do This is a good card. Thank you. I appreciate you joining in for the live stream. I hope Devin gets knocked down in round 6 or 7. I want to see him get humbled tonight. I definitely felt the same way after the Lomachenko fight. But I try and just base my predictions on what I see from watching the fights. And I got to be honest and say that I'm leaning heavily towards Devin. Roy Munson, good to have you joining me again, Roy. Hope you're having a good evening. The channel is growing, guys. I really appreciate all of you for following and leaving comments. I've had a busy day today, so I apologize I haven't had time to catch up on all the comments, but I will do that after the stream here. I just want to make sure that I'm keeping an eye on what's going on. I am watching the comments as well, but I want to make sure that I'm aware of what's going on in the ring and whatever else is going on outside the ring as well. So Jovanni Straffon is the opponent here. He's 2-2 in his last 4 fights rather. He lost by KO. I believe it was in round 5 or 6 in Russia. So he has a recent KO loss on his record as well. But he was also a world champion, albeit with the IBO, not any of the major sanctioning bodies. But he did hold a version of he held a world title with the IBO, and that was when he upset James Tennyson. I don't know if any of you saw that fight, but it ended in a first round knockout where Jovanni Straffon was an underdog in that fight as well. But I can't see that happening here. I think Andy Cruz is going to win this one. I rate him very highly. Like I said, he's trained by Bozy Ennis, the father of Boots Ennis. Jonathan Ascension, does Devin have the power to keep Prograis off him? It's a good question. And if he does not, then that's going to change the dynamic of the fight significantly, in my opinion. Because, yeah, if Devin can't keep Prograis off of him, then he is going to be in trouble. So Andy Cruz is making his way to the ring here. Andy Cruz making his way to the ring. I appreciate that, Roy Munson, with my analysis from last week. Yeah, I'm trying my best here to keep it informative and interesting. So both fighters are in the ring now, and we're waiting for David Diamante to give the introductions. But Straffon is a fighter who I think realistically is going to struggle here because in his or rather the fight that I saw him have in Russia where he was knocked out in 5 rounds. I've seen Straffon a couple of times, but in the one in Russia, which was one of his more recent fights, he did not look like, quite frankly, that at this stage of his career, he has the boxing skills to be able to compete with Andy Cruz, because Andy Cruz has got excellent movement. He's got basically every attribute that you would want, with the exception of the fact that his punching power, I think, is still kind of limited by the fact that he's had a huge amateur career and he doesn't sit down on his punches as much as he probably needs to as a professional to generate more power. But I said in my prediction for this fight, so I predicted the fight, and I obviously said Andy Cruz is going to win, as I'm sure most of you also probably agree with that. But in my prediction for the fight, I basically said you might see a little bit more sloppy performance from Andy Cruz than what you might be expecting just based on the hype around him. And I think that might be because he's worrying less about his defense in this fight and actually worrying more about trying to sit on his shots and stay on the inside and let his hands basically be a bit more heavy this time. Because I noticed in his first professional fight, he was hanging around in the pocket a little bit more than he probably would have as an amateur. And he was trying to actually turn his hooks a little bit more to the inside rather than slapping. But we are going to be in, I think, for a treat if Andy Cruz can live up to his amateur potential in the pro ranks, especially, like I keep saying, with these belts being vacant now. 3 of the 4 belts, or rather, at this weight class being vacant. I keep thinking of Devin Haney still being in this weight class, but he's not. So we're introducing Andy Cruz here. All right. They're introducing him as they're holding the belt up in the corner, and they're introducing him as the defending IBF champion, whatever the belt's called. But I mean, he's only had 1 fight. It doesn't really mean much at this point. But regardless, the fighters are in the center of the ring, and the referee's going over his final instructions. We're about to get this underway. We'll see how many rounds this one goes. I expect Andy Cruz to win this one in the later rounds. Mithrandir, good to see you, sir. Agree with Dan Raphael about the Lomachenko. Yeah, I mean, Lomachenko's probably kicking himself, I will say, about those later rounds, because it's not a fight he's probably ever going to get back at this point in his career. I don't know if he's going to get a rematch against Devin Haney at this point. Straffon can punch, so Cruz needs not to get clocked. Yeah, he does have that impressive 1-round knockout over James Tennyson. So you're right. He does need to not get hit. Webley Clayton, why is Prograis talking about he didn't come from money like Devin? Why so many people hate Devin so much? Tyson Fury said something similar, I will say, in relation to himself, that a fighter doesn't necessarily need to come from a poor background or a rich background. But like, if you have the skills, you have the skills. If you don't have the skills, then you don't. So it is true. The fact that Haney comes, and truthfully, I have no idea what Devin Haney's background is like. I have absolutely no idea how poor or not poor he was in comparison to Regis Prograis. But I don't really think that inherently gives him an advantage or a disadvantage. Most boxers sort of stereotypically do tend to come from a poorer background, but I don't think that means just because a fighter isn't poor that he's going to be bad. So round 1 is underway here, guys. Straffon lunging in a little bit. Cruz is in the white trunks. If you're not watching this, Cruz is trunk color. Doesn't really matter to you. But if you are watching it, you will know Cruz is in the white trunks, Straffon in the black. Straffon is trying to take control of the center of the ring here. And Cruz is backing him into the corner. And actually, there's been more exchanging of punches than I was expecting at this point. Straffon, I think, is probably going to be looking to go for the knockout in the earlier rounds here. Because if the fight goes 10, Cruz is going to realistically have a huge advantage as far as winning the fight on points just because of his better footwork. So I do expect to see Straffon trying to go for it a little bit more here in the earlier rounds. So far, Cruz has done a good job of mixing it up to the head and the body and then being able to get out of range. But you can see that Straffon has a little bit of pop on his shots, and Cruz does need to be careful. So far, he hasn't got hit with anything major. He's been able to let his combinations go and then get to the outside. Straffon's in the center of the ring. Cruz is on the back foot. Straffon's trying to back Cruz against the ropes. He managed to hit him with a right uppercut to the body. Not anything too damaging, and now they're in the clinch here. They break it up. Cruz takes the center of the ring. He lets off a 1-2 combination, and we end the first round. That would be, I think, very impressive if Straffon, I mean, it would be hugely impressive if Straffon was able to get the knockout victory here. Because it's another fight where, even more so than the last one, where the favorite is a significant favorite in this fight. He's not just a slight favorite. I believe Cruz is a minus 3,000 favorite in this fight, if I'm not mistaken. So according to the odds makers, at least, it will be a huge, huge upset if Straffon actually manages to pull it off here. So we're about to get the second round underway here, guys. Correction, we're just getting some more highlights from the end of the first round as we're seeing Straffon try and land a right hook. It missed, and Cruz managed to get off a couple of shots as round 2 gets underway. Cruz is trying to find his range with the jab. Straffon is trying to come forward, lunging in a little bit. And as he does so, Cruz hits him clean with a 1-2. Straffon got wobbled a little bit, but he manages to get back up to his feet and keep coming forward. You can see the footwork from Cruz. He just manages to step out of range. And already once he's been able to step out of range and hit Straffon with a 1-2 on the chin. Straffon's got to be careful here because it looked like he was wobbled a little bit by that shot, and he can't just keep lunging in here. And again, he gets hit on the chin with a right hand by Cruz, and another one straight through the guard. A right hand hits him on the chin. Another 1-2 combination. Another one. Cruz is going to be piling on the pressure here as he just manages to hit again another right hand. And Straffon is wobbling here. I don't know if he tripped. He stumbled to the side. It was too fast to tell if he tripped. And now Straffon comes back forwards and he tries to let go, but it's not, none of these shots are actually damaging. And Cruz is going to be, if he can keep hitting Straffon this cleanly, there is every chance this fight could end in this round, guys. He unloads again. He backs Cruz, or rather, Cruz backs Straffon up against the ropes. The referee warns him not to push Straffon's head down. But again, the right hand basically can't miss at this point, guys. Straffon's got to survive 1 minute and 15 seconds in this round, but he's got to tighten up his defense because even if he makes it back to his corner, if he can't stop getting hit, is he getting unloaded on with another combination of uppercuts, multiple uppercuts. He must have been hit, guys. He's wobbling all over the place. He must have been hit 20 times clean in this round. Another uppercut, followed by a left hook from Cruz. And we've still got 50 seconds left in the round. Straffon is complaining repeatedly to the referee at this point, which is a good sign that these punches are affecting him. He's swinging wildly. Cruz is not even bothering to step out of range at this point as he hits Straffon clean on the chin. Guys, this fight, Cruz is going to be able to finish, or rather, Straffon is going to be very lucky if this fight gets out of the round. He gets hit again with an uppercut. His back is now completely turned to Cruz, who has backed him into the corner. It looks like Straffon is on very wobbly legs at this point. Cruz is backed off a little bit, actually. He's actually backed off. Now he's pushed Straffon down to the canvas with his left hand. The referees ruled that it's not a knockdown, but it might as well have been, quite frankly, because that was a dominant round for Cruz. He did everything short of actually getting the knockout. And I think at this rate, guys, there is a very good possibility that Straffon does not get out of the third round. Just catching up on some of the comments here, guys. Deciding paper 623. Congrats to the new IBF bantamweight champion, Miyo Yoshida. Yeah, that was a very impressive performance because Ebanie Bridges had all the advantages and Miyo Yoshida took the fight. When I say she had all the advantages, I mean Miyo Yoshida took the fight on 3 weeks' notice, having lost 4 weeks ago. And actually, she'd lost 3 of her last 5. And I posted a little thing, basically saying, to be honest, that she didn't deserve to have a title shot with a record like that. And truthfully, I still don't think she probably should have been put in there based on her record. But, I mean, she took the opportunity, and you can't really say anything about that other than huge congratulations to her. And I'll catch up with the rest of the comments in a minute, guys, so keep them coming. I appreciate it as we get round 3 underway here. Straffon is looking like he's recovered a little bit between rounds. He manages to let a couple of body shots go, but Cruz is backing him up here into the corner. And he's teeing off on the chin. Straffon is just not able to keep up here with the speed of the combinations. Going to head, going to the body, and Straffon's defense is just too slow as Cruz pushes him back into the corner. And the referee is going to be looking at stopping this fight at this point. I mean, the punch stats are showing that Cruz has landed 60 punches already, and we're only 4 minutes into the fight. Yep, the referee has waved this one off. Andy Cruz wins this fight in very impressive fashion. Now, I expected him to win this fight by knockout. I expected him to win it by knockout probably from about round 6 onwards, I thought. But I was not expecting him to get Straffon out of there as quickly as he did, truthfully, because Jovanni Straffon is a fighter who's been around for a while now. And I didn't expect him to come out just swinging quite as wildly as he did. And then the other thing that decided the fight was Andy Cruz's speed. He was just able to alternate between punching to the head and body, and Cruz, or rather Straffon, he just had no answer for it. It was a little bit like the Yoshida-Ebanie Bridges fight in the sense that Ebanie Bridges and Straffon both just had no answer for the combinations and the ability to alternate between head and body that their respective opponents had. So as a result, Andy Cruz, because the knock on this, I guess, on his last performance, and realistically, Andy Cruz's last fight, it was his first professional fight over 10 rounds, and he won 9 of the 10 rounds. I mean, you can't really complain too much, but people were basically saying that he should have knocked Juan Carlos Burgos out and that he didn't show enough punching power. And actually, I've heard people saying that they would predict Keyshawn Davis to beat Andy Cruz if they fight in the pro ranks, even though Cruz has 4 amateur victories over Keyshawn. But I think this will have shown that he actually does have punching power, as he got the knockout in 4 minutes here, because he got it pretty much bang on the 1 minute mark of the second round. I was about to say the fourth round. The second round. Guys, this was a performance that I think if Andy Cruz can be matched properly, and I think when I say matched properly, I mean, there's rumors, I don't know if this has been announced officially, but there were rumors that Sergey Derevinchenko and Pitbull Cruz will be fighting for the vacant IBO or WBO belt, rather. Now, if Andy Cruz was to fight either of those two, I would probably make him, if not the favorite, then at least very competitive against either of those two guys. And I think he has a very realistic chance of being able to pick up a world title in the 135-pound division soon. Deciding paper, yeah, and it is over. It is over. Cruz. I keep saying round 2. I mean to say round 3 as well. I don't know why I keep saying round 2. This fight ended in the 3rd round. But man. Yeah. Yeah, the Showbiz chat. I've watched some of his live streams. There are some quite funny comments in those chats, I have to say. But yeah, guys, the second round was pretty much everything apart from a knockout in the second round, and then the 3rd round, the finish came. Straffon complained, but realistically, he had nothing to complain about. I mean, the referee might have even stopped the fight sooner than he did, to be honest. They're just interviewing Andy Cruz here. Where are we? So Andy Cruz is answering in Spanish here. What does he have to say? I'll translate when I hear the translation. I'll answer when I hear the translation, rather. He says he's really pleased to get the victory in this way. He said that the biggest thing was that Straffon was slow, which he was relative to Andy Cruz, and the ability to switch between head and body and just generally a lot faster in getting his punches off was really what made the difference in this one. What's he saying now? My Spanish is a bit rusty, guys. I'll wait for the translation. By Spanish is a bit rusty, I mean, I don't speak any Spanish. What does the translator say? He says he's faced 2 strong Mexicans in his first 2 fights. They're always strong and experienced. And he basically said that he's shown off the skills that he's worked on with his trainer. Now they're interviewing Bozien as his trainer. Basically just saying that he has been sitting down on his punches more. And you saw the benefit of that in this fight. And so just asking him what fights he wants next year in 2024 coming up. He's got 2 belts already, guys. That kind of shows you how easy it is to get 2 belts. And so just asking him what he wants to do in 2024, how quickly he wants to move up through the ranks. He wants to face the best in the division next year. He said he wants to face the best in the division, but he didn't give any specific names. Now they're interviewing Eddie Hearn as far as what opponents Andy Cruz can look forward to. So I'll be interested to see what Eddie Hearn has to say. Let's listen in. I don't always like all of the. I'm not a huge fan of all of the Eddie Hearn interviews just because I think he gets talked to so much. I wish you would let the fighters talk sometimes in the press conferences. It sometimes gets on my nerves a little bit that when we watch the Matchroom press conferences, it's often you get 30 minutes of talking from Eddie Hearn, and he actually asks the fighters questions and he answers the questions. And we don't get to hear much from the actual boxers or from their trainers. We get to hear too much from Eddie Hearn, in my opinion. But that's an aside. So we're hearing basically he's just saying Andy Cruz he's basically saying he thinks Andy Cruz can beat all the other prospects. He says Cambosis. I always call him Gambosis. Cambosis wouldn't beat Andy Cruz. He's saying Andy Cruz can beat Frank Martin. He's basically saying he's going to be a world champion soon. But we'll see. We will see. We will see, guys. So we've got a little bit of a wait now, I think, until the next fight. We have got Liam Paro coming up against Montana Love. But I'm guessing that fight probably won't get underway. Probably until about 10:15, I would say, or so. Maybe even later. So I'm talking about East Coast time. So it's about 9:40 at the moment. I'm guessing it probably actually will be about 10 o'clock maybe before that next one gets underway, guys. But we will see. So Andy Cruz, in case you're just joining me, guys, Andy Cruz wins this fight. He beats Jovanni Straffon. He was a significant favorite, but I think the question mark was how quickly he'd be able to get the knockout. And the answer was in the third round with only 1 minute into the third round. And quite frankly, he probably could have stopped him in the second round if he'd really, really put his foot on the gas. But Andy Cruz, I mean, he landed a lot of punches. They're showing on the screen now 88 punches landed in the first, essentially the first 2 rounds, because the fight only lasted 1 minute into the third round. And basically he landed on average 30 punches a round with a 60% accuracy. So if you think about the amount of punches that actually Straffon took over those 2 and a bit rounds, it's no wonder this one got stopped as quickly as it did, guys. And we're just getting underway with another promo package for Regis against Devin coming up in a bit. We got one more fight before the main event. Liam Paro against Montana Love at 140. Liam Paro, if I'm not mistaken, was supposed to be fighting. No, he was supposed to be fighting Regis, but he got injured. And it ended up being Zaria that fought Regis in his last fight. But that was originally meant to be Liam Paro. And it ended up being, in my opinion, a very poor performance from Regis. And I'll say this right now. Regis could surprise a lot of people if he can come out and do what he did against Josh Taylor rather than what he did against Zaria. Because a lot of people who are picking against Regis, myself included, were very, very disappointed with what happened in the Zaria fight. It was a bad performance, but it doesn't necessarily mean that Regis is on the decline or that he's incapable of fighting like he did against Josh Taylor, even though that was 5 years ago. And if that's the case, then the whole fight, I think, changes substantially, because the Regis Prograis who fought Josh Taylor and the Regis Prograis who fought Zarria are completely different fighters. I think we're probably going to get something in the middle of those two. I'm not expecting Regis to look as good as he did against Taylor, and I'm not expecting him to look as bad as he did against Zarria. But we'll have to see. If anyone remembers, Montana Love's last fight was the one against Steve Spark, where he threw Steve Spark over the top rope like it was the Royal Rumble, and then he got disqualified. And that was the last time that we've seen Montana Love, who I think is an interesting prospect. It just seems like things have been a bit quiet with him recently. We haven't heard a lot about him. I think he kind of disappeared off the face of the earth a little bit as far as his name being in the news. But Liam Paro, his trainer, and I know obviously his trainer's biased and what have you, but his trainer was talking about Liam Paro being the second best fighter in Australia after Jai Opetaia. Now, personally, I think that Tim Tszyu probably would rank above Liam Paro, in my opinion, but his trainer certainly believes in him. You've got to give him that. And that doesn't necessarily mean that Liam Paro is going to win this fight. But at the end of the day, he's still 23-0. He's still got 14 KOs. He's still only 27. He's had a couple of injuries. But if he puts on an impressive performance here, then let's see what he can, what he can do. He can make some noise in this division. I will say the 140-pound division, the dynamic of it will change significantly based on whether or not Devin Haney hangs around this division, guys. Because if he does, then, I mean, him versus Matias would be really the fight that I would want to see. Matias against Devin Haney at 140. But if he does what he was talking about in the buildup to this one and actually moves up to 147, then that makes this division, pretty open as far as I'm concerned, at least as far as the fact that you have 4 belts officially up for grabs. A lot of people, would make Matias the presumptive best fighter in the division alongside Teofimo. But officially, you would have 4 belts and 4 on paper champions who have a chance to potentially, like, I guess what I'm getting at is you wouldn't have, I think, one guy quite as dominant as Haney, including Matias. I have to say, like, Matias is very exciting, but he has lost a fight. He has gotten knocked down. So he isn't indestructible. Him against Teofimo would be an interesting fight. So Sean Porter, Kate Abdo, and Chris Mannix are here. We've got another promo package going on here, basically talking about Sonny Edwards against Bam Rodriguez. I haven't done my official prediction for that fight yet. I am leaning towards Bam winning that one, but I need to watch and make notes on their fights more closely, just to kind of jog my memory before I do my official prediction for that one, which I'll have coming up in the early part of next week. But I mean, it's going to be an interesting one. It's going to be an interesting one. I will say this for Sonny Edwards. He seems very confident. He seems very confident. And there's kind of a thing here which is a little bit different, is that a lot of the times when a world champion from the UK takes on a world champion from the US, it's often where you have rather when a world champion from the UK takes on an American fighter, it often takes place in the UK against an American fighter who maybe has a name that fans are aware of, but who's maybe past his best. But that's not the case here. This is a case of Sonny Edwards actually traveling over to the United States rather than the fight taking place in the UK. And Bam Rodriguez is in the prime of his career. So if Sonny wins that one, it's going to be, I think, one of the more impressive victories by a British fighter in the United States in the last few years. But we'll see which way that one goes. Like I say, I'll be getting into my prediction for that one later in the week. Sean Porter, this is not one of his best outfits in my opinion, but he typically, just my opinion, but he does typically, I think, have some of the best outfits on the commentary positions. So guys, if you're just joining me on this stream as well, my name is Brendan. My channel is called Brendan on Boxing, and just to be clear, I will not be showing footage of the fight itself. This will just be me providing my commentary and my thoughts, my take, my opinions, basically, on what I see happening in the ring. So I will go on the basis that a lot of you cannot actually see the fight. So I will be telling you, what's going on in the ring. But I just want to clarify, I will not be showing the actual footage of the fight itself, because obviously I don't want to get in trouble with YouTube's copyright restrictions, basically. Sonny Edwards seems very confident in a kind of louder way, but I've seen both of these guys in real life, and my sense of it is that Bam believes in a quiet way that he's going to win this fight. And I do lean towards him, to be honest with you. But like I say, I've seen both of these guys in real life, and I do think it will be competitive. But I lean towards Bam. Sonny Edwards, the thing with Sonny Edwards is he's being very vocal in relation to how he's almost been dismissive, really, of Bam Rodriguez. And that's going to come off a bit like my prediction, I think, for Devin Haney, where if Regis wins, I'm going to have egg on my face. If Bam Rodriguez blasts Sonny Edwards out, then Sonny's going to have egg on his face. But if he wins this fight, he's going to be able to tell a lot of people that he told them so. And I think a lot of people might be underestimating him in this one. So we'll see. We're looking at Regis Prograis' entrance to the arena, by the way. This was earlier in the night at 5:30 Eastern time. So this was about just close to an hour and a half ago. I said say 5:30 Pacific. I said 5:30 Eastern. But we'll have to see. We will have to see, guys. We will have to see. Devin Haney, he looks very quiet, or very calm and very focused. But we are just still kind of killing time for this one, guys. The thing is this, Devin Haney's last fight was against Lomachenko, and he did not look, in my opinion, as good as I'm sure he wanted to. He performed and he won the fight, but I think a lot of people at the time felt like it was a robbery, and I think on second viewing, a lot of people still felt that Lomachenko either won the fight or that it was a very, very close victory for Devin Haney. But I think that there's going to be a lot of stuff that Devin Haney is going to want to improve on for this one. So, guys, we are just still killing time here. We are just waiting for the main event to get underway. I am going to take a quick break, guys. I am going to be gone for just a couple of minutes here. Just going to get quick bathroom break in before we get on to the next fight. And then I will be joining you throughout the rest of the evening as we carry on and lead up to Devin Haney against Regis Prograis. So don't get anywhere. I'm just going to be a couple of minute bathroom break, and I will catch you guys in a few minutes. All right, guys. We are back. We are live. Montana Love against Liam Paro. Appreciate you all sticking with me. Appreciate everyone who's tuning in, rather. Caden Peacock Discord. Do you mean, do I have a Discord? Chat? I do not at the moment, actually. Maybe that's something I should look into if that's something you guys would be interested in. I've never actually used Discord. I have to be completely honest. I've never actually used it. But maybe that's something I should look into. So Montana Love, I will say, probably has one of the best names in all of sports in the sense that it's actually a very memorable name. So if you wanted to have a memorable name, if you're a professional athlete, Montana Love is probably up there with the best of them as far as it being a memorable name. San Francisco is the site of this fight. From the home of the Golden State Warriors, if I'm not mistaken. Montana Love, like I said before, his last fight was against Steve Spark, where Steve Spark put the pressure on Montana Love. And basically, he didn't like it. And so he dumped him over the top rope, just like it was the Royal Rumble. And unfortunately, it was boxing. He didn't eliminate him from the ring by throwing him over the top rope. The referee instead disqualified Montana Love. And so that's where the loss on his record comes from. But apart from that, he's 18 wins and 1 draw. Anyway, to be honest with you as well, I don't really mind when a fighter, I don't really read too much into fighters having losses in their record, on their record, especially when they're against good opponents. I'd much rather have a fighter who's got losses, multiple losses even on their record, but they get in the ring and they actually beat some good opponents as well. I'd much rather that than a guy, I mean, up to a point, obviously, you know, at certain point, like Derek Chisora's career right now, even though Derek Chisora used to be one of my favorites, he's got an excessive number of losses at this point. But, you know, I'd rather have a guy lose a couple of times and actually have more significant wins than somebody who's got 30 wins, no losses, and he's hardly fought any opponents in their prime. But yeah, Montana Love, like I say, one of the better names, his motto or his slogan, whatever, is "Love Hurts." So he's got one of the better names, but he needs to actually back it up in the ring. He looks a little bit like Elvis here, his outfit. I'm not sure. But I'm not sure what it's supposed to be, but he looks a bit like Elvis or something. He's wearing kind of like a white and gold outfit. Liam Paro is the slight favorite in this fight. This is the one, I think, on the undercard as far as a competitive fight that I was looking forward to the most. The prospect I was looking forward to the most was seeing Andy Cruz, but in terms of the competitiveness of the fight, this one is the one I was most looking forward to on the undercard. The odds have Liam Paro as a minus 180 favorite and Love is a plus 140 underdog. So I believe out of all the fights on this card, this was the one that had the smallest odds differential between the two fighters. So Liam Paro, I've got the commentary on, and they're saying that he's never fought outside Australia. Someone correct me if I'm wrong in the comments, but I believe he fought in the U.S. in Florida on the undercard of Jake Paul's fight against Tyron Woodley, if I'm not mistaken. So I believe Liam Paro has actually fought in the United States before, but I think that was only his first fight. Mithrandir, it will probably benefit Paro to build for a few more fights before challenging like he was supposed to do against Prograis before he was injured. Yeah, I mean, I think he's had several injuries, hasn't he? Whenever an athlete gets injured, I always, feel badly for them because they're in a career that, compared with most other careers, has a very limited shelf life. So if you're losing significant chunks of a year, let's say, due to injury, that's a lot more significant for an athlete than it is for someone who can be doing their job when they're 50 or 60 years old or even older than that. I mean, the reality is that a trainer can be training until they're dead pretty much. A manager can be managing until they're 90. I mean, look at Bob Arum. The fighter can't do that. So whenever a fighter is losing multiple opportunities due to injury, I feel sorry for them. But on the other hand, I do think you're right, Mithrandir, that it might actually benefit Liam Paro in the long run that he didn't get a world title opportunity too early on. So they're just introducing Montana Love here. He's only got 9 knockouts as well out of 20 professional fights. So he's not an enormous power puncher. He's been criticized, I think, for being a fighter that doesn't like pressure being put on him. I know Liam Paro was talking about that as well. He was basically saying that he didn't think Montana Love would be able to deal with the pressure. I will say it'll be interesting to see what he does if Paro actually does come out swinging here and really puts it on him. What does Montana Love do? So, guys, if you're just joining me here as well, we're now just about to kick off the co-main event for this pay-per-view, which is Montana Love against Liam Paro. And then after that, we will be straight into the main event. Devin Haney against Regis Prograis. Haney is the favorite in that one, both with the odds makers and with me. But, Regis has the power. We'll see what happens. The other thing I think it's worth pointing out about Liam Paro is that he's only had effectively, he's pretty much essentially been completely inactive for the last 2 years because he only had one fight, and that fight only lasted 1 round. So he's had 1 round of action, competitive action in a real fight in the last 2 years. So it's kind of like Deontay Wilder level of inactivity, really. So we are underway, guys. Round 1. This is a 10-rounder, not a 12-rounder, between Liam Paro and Montana Love. It's fought at the 140-pound weight limit if you're not familiar with these two guys. But Montana Love, Liam Paro, the slight favorite here. But it's a cagey start to this fight, guys. Neither guy really wanting to let his hands go. Both guys just trying to find the measure of the opponent. They're clinching in the center of the ring here. Paro landing a jab, it looked like. It didn't do any significant damage, but Paro is as well fighting out of the southpaw stance, as is Montana Love. So it's southpaw against southpaw. Paro's backing Love up behind the jab, but it's not actually connecting as he tries to throw a straight left hand. And now we're in another clinch situation. It looks like Liam Paro is trying to establish himself on the front foot behind the jab. But now it's actually Montana Love. He tries to find the distance with a couple of jabs of his own, but he's unsuccessful. I have a feeling this one could get a little bit ugly if Love is able to spoil here. Now, the referee has already had to break up a number of clinches here, and we're still in the first round. He's already kind of warning them about the head pushing down as well. So Paro is he looks very, very sharp on his feet. I will say that after effectively 2 months or 2 years rather, with only one meaningful round, he looks fairly sharp on his feet. He's moving around the ring well. He's moving in and out of range effectively. And Montana Love, he's happy to clinch. The referee is warning for rabbit punching now. Montana Love is not throwing as much volume as Liam Paro. But so far, I would say Paro looks pretty sharp. And Montana Love looks like he's going to be trying his best to spoil on the inside in this one. So that's it for round 1. We've got 9 rounds to go before we get into the main event here, up to 9 rounds. It's going to be interesting to see how Liam Paro looks in this fight. I didn't do a prediction video for this one, but we just saw an interesting prospect in Andy Cruz in the 135-pound division win against realistically a less challenging opponent than what Montana Love is. Andy Cruz was a huge favorite. But Liam Paro could become quite an interesting prospect in the 140-pound division if he's able to get an impressive win here. So we're underway in round number 2. Montana Love, between the two of them, really needs to put on, I think, an impressive performance here. Maybe more so even than just winning the fight. He needs to actually put on a good performance and look sharp here and not just spoil the whole time, I think. But right now, Paro to me looks a little bit sharper. He looks like he's the one that's being the hunter, basically. And Love looks like he's on the defensive. The referee is breaking up yet another clinch. There was a rabbit punch that the referee, I'm not sure if he was warning them about that, but there was a rabbit punch from Paro on Love. So basically, it's been a pretty cagey fight so far. Not a ton of actually effective punches being landed by either guy. Paro is edging it just slightly rather so far, in my opinion, but really not a ton of effective work being landed by either guy at this point. Love does a good job of getting out of range. Paro is trying to be the aggressor, but Love is basically getting out of range. He's not really throwing back a ton of stuff himself. He's just kind of getting out of range and then making it harder for Paro to reach him. But I have a feeling we might be in for a little bit of an ugly fight here, guys, if it keeps going like this. Again, the referee is warning for rabbit punching. I could see either one of these guys potentially being deducted points if the referee gets frustrated as this kind of goes on. A nice jab landed there from Montana Love. Paro's still coming forward. Love is on the back foot. Another clinch. The referee breaks it up. Paro using his jab effectively to back Montana Love up and follows up with a left hand, a straight left out of the southpaw stance. It looked like it had wobbled Love just a little bit, but he seems relatively steady on his feet now. Paro is taking control of the center of the ring, and he hits with a couple of jabs in rapid succession, rather. He's not rabid. And that's the end of round number 2. Again, I would say Paro probably did enough to win that one. Montana Love looking a little bit sorry for himself in the corner there. So they're basically telling Montana Love in the corner that Paro doesn't have anything to do apart from the rabbit punching and the clinching. But the reality is that Montana Love needs to be able to do something offensive. Otherwise, he's just going to he needs to do something offensive, basically. He can't just be defensive the whole time against a guy who's actually instigating effective action in this fight with a jab and then with the straight left hand as well. But Montana Love actually comes out and lands a 1-2 combination to start round number 3. You can see he's come forward. Again, he lands another jab straight down the middle. He landed the jab straight down the middle, actually. So he came on. I think he caught Liam Paro just a little bit off guard there. He came out aggressive, landed a quick combination there. And now Paro is coming forward again on the front foot. And we get into another clinch, but Montana Love managed to catch him off guard there. Paro, I don't think, was quite prepared for that. It's still a very, very cagey fight, guys. Both guys are kind of trying to size each other up and being careful. It's not a slugfest. Both guys trying to pick their shots. Neither guy wants to get countered here. Both guys fighting out of southpaw stance. But it's now Montana Love on the front foot. This so far is his best round of the fight. His best moments of the fight, rather, through this first minute of the third round. A lot of these punches are not actually landing. Both guys are throwing the jab out. But because they're both doing a reasonable job of being evasive, and these punches are not landing, it's hard to tell for sure on TV, but it looks like a lot of these shots aren't actually landing. There's kind of an exchange of combinations here. Both guys, Love has got the center of the ring. Paro's circling around. There's another clinch going on here. But again, it's a cagey fight. It's a cagey round, rather. Both guys trying to find the range with the jab. Both guys utilizing good head movement. Paro, in particular, is moving his head well. And he's managing to get out of range of a lot of Montana's punches. It's really, I think, the sharper footwork and the head movement from Paro that I've been impressed with so far. Oh. There's kind of a clash there in the center. Both guys fell over. It wasn't a knockdown. I'm not really quite sure if somebody tripped, but both guys went down to the canvas. They're back on their feet now. Like I say, not a knockdown. But what, in my opinion, Paro is doing quite effectively here is he's managing to use his jab to keep Montana Love from being able to set up any of his own combinations. The jabs aren't necessarily landing as, Paro missed with an overhand left right away at the end of the, right to end the round, rather. But what he's doing effectively, in my opinion, is he's using the jab combined with his own in and out movement, and also the fact that he moves his head off of the straight line very effectively. And so it's meaning that he's able to get off jabs of his own without taking too much return fire from Montana Love. And so at this point, I would have Paro winning this one, largely due to his good use of head movement, his good use of the jab, and then his ability to step back and get out of range. But overall, it has been a cagey fight. As we see Devin Haney and Regis Prograis getting ready in the locker room there. Regis Prograis is doing some stretching on the floor. Devin Haney is doing some warming up with his father and trainer, Bill Haney. As we get round 4 underway now. And again, we get off to a cagey start to the round. A lot of clinching going on when Paro gets to the inside. Paro's trying to establish use his jab rather to set up the left hand, the straight left, because again, he's fighting out of a southpaw stance. He's trying to use the jab, the right hand jab, to set up the left over the top. But Montana Love is doing an effective job of stepping back, getting out of range, and Paro's missed with a couple of right hands, or rather left hands, over the top in the previous rounds. He's trying to do the same thing here, but it's not working because Montana Love is doing an effective job of getting out of range. Now, where Love needs to improve, he needs to actually throw some punches of his own. He's not landing an awful lot. He's being effective at stopping Paro from reaching him, but he's not actually landing very many shots of his own. And so that's going to catch up with him. Even if he manages to survive and the fight goes to the scorecards, he's not actually landing enough to actually, I think, win any of these rounds, in my opinion. Paro again in the center of the ring. It's just that jab. He's being able to throw the jab out. Not all of it's landing, but what it's meaning is that Montana Love is just having to step back constantly, and he's not able to actually reach Paro in order to do anything effective. He tries Montana to land an uppercut there, but Paro steps out of range. Paro's footwork is impressive as well. Between the two guys so far, just on the eye test, I would say Paro looks better. That doesn't necessarily mean he's going to win the fight. But overall, I would say Paro just looks sharper so far. Montana Love is doing a decent job of getting out of range of that lead jab, but he's just not landing much himself, in my opinion. And he needs to do a better job of that if he's going to actually score points. Now Montana Love is trying to go on the offensive a little bit. He's trying to take control of the center ring, but he's not able to land anything. Paro gets out of range, and the referee is warning Paro again for rabbit punching. He's telling Love to stop ducking. He's saying Love is causing these rabbit punches by ducking, but he's also warning Paro to stop doing that. So I think if this carries on, somebody is going to get deducted points at some point. But look, I don't blame Montana Love for being defensive. I'm not one of these fans who gives fighters necessarily a super hard time for being defensive. If that's how he thinks he's going to win the fight, then by all means do it. But the problem is that he's not throwing enough effective punches, or he's not landing enough effective punches to actually score points and win the rounds. It's fine that he's not getting hit too much, but he's also not going to be winning any of these rounds either. So he needs to actually be able to cause Paro some problems with his offense and not just slip punches. Otherwise he's just going to lose on points. Drummer, nice to see you, Drummer. Thank you for all. Yes, I appreciate it. Well, thank you for all your comments, guys. Drummer, thank you for all your nice comments, your compliments, and thank you for joining me on the live stream. I'm glad to have you guys here. We are in round 5. We're about to start round 5. We're about to start round 5. Round 5 is now underway. But like I say, to my eye, the biggest thing Montana Love has to do in this round, he needs to actually have some offense. not just defense. Because it's hit and not get hit, but he's not doing the hitting. He's not doing the hitting part. And he's ducking down very low. See, my thing is that I think there's a lot of fighters who have grown up watching and emulating the stuff that Floyd Mayweather did in the later half of his career, being very defensive, trying to be controversial and edgy outside of the ring and rely on showmanship outside of the ring to mask quite a boring and defensive style. But the problem with that is, I don't really see as the scorecard. I will say the scorecard, I have to interject with myself and say that Chris Mannix's scorecard does actually have the fight even. I don't know. Personally, I would probably have Paro up, but that's just my take on it. I'm not scoring it as I go along, but I would probably have Paro up here. I think that he's probably up at least one round at this point. But yeah, I think a lot of fighters have tried to emulate Floyd Mayweather's defensive style combined with outside of the ring antics to try and get, fans to dislike them. But the problem is you actually need to have some offense as well. It can't just be all defense. Can't just be all defense. It has to be Montana Love landing some punches. And Paro is again establishing control of the center of the ring, and he's jabbing to the body now. And he throws the left hand as well. He's managing to hit Montana Love just a little bit more now. Love's not getting out of range quite as effectively of that jab as he was before. There's a minute left in the round number 5, halfway through the fight, because this is scheduled for 5 rounds, not 10, or rather not 12. I can't even speak. It's scheduled for 10 rounds, not 12. Now, Montana Love here getting backed into the corner by Liam Paro. Oh, Paro hits him with the left hand. Another left hand. These are lead lefts out of a southpaw stance. And Montana Love looks like he's been wobbled a little bit. He needs to be careful here. There's 15 seconds left in the round. Oh, Paro missed with a big overhand left. Montana Love was lucky that he didn't get tagged there because he looks a little bit unsteady on his feet. He's backing up, and he's definitely trying to survive here. Oh, Paro buzzed him a little bit at the end of that round. Montana Love is not out on his feet or anything like that. Don't get me wrong if you're not watching it. But it looked like he just got wobbled just a little bit there at the end of that round to end round number 5. But yeah, gotta see some more offense from Montana Love. Does Paro have any speed? Sub-Zero TV, what's good? Mythrandier, the problem with that is nobody is Floyd but Floyd. Yes, exactly. That's the thing. Does Paro have any speed, Drummer? I think he does. So far, I think he looks reasonably fast. He's not being able to hit Love 100% of the time, but he looks faster to me. Just to my eye, Paro looks faster than Montana Love up to this point in the fight. I think he looks reasonably sharp. He can improve. Don't get me wrong. Like, there's things that he can improve on. But so far, as we get round 6 underway, and the referee's warning them about something again here. It depends, I guess, what the judges are looking. Paro, to me, has looked more impressive overall. He's looked sharper. The body language from Montana Love hasn't been great either. He looks a little bit, since he got buzzed in the end of the last round. Oh! And he's down. Montana Love is down. He's back on his feet. And he's already back in the center of the ring, but Paro has put him down a second time. And it was a left hand that landed right on the chin of Montana Love. He's down again. I said earlier in the fight that Paro was trying to set up the left hand, and he landed clean on the chin there, and he's trying to unload on Love in the corner. Love manages to back out. He manages to pivot out of the way, but Paro's backed him against the ropes again. He's unloading on him, or trying to unload on him with combinations. A lot of it is getting a lot of it is hitting Love, but one shot did get through there and hit him clean on the chin. Love is ducking. He's doing his best to survive here. But Paro is getting clinched here with 1.5 minutes to go in round number 6. But Love has been down twice in this round. So if there was any doubt who's ahead on the scorecards, it's definitely Liam Paro now at this point. Now he's pushed Montana Love down. He's trying to find a knockout here to end this round. And he does. The referee steps in and stops the fight. Montana Love was still on his feet. He wasn't knocked out cold, but he wasn't throwing anything back. And the referee has stopped this one, guys. Woo! Wow. Wow. Mithrandir, I believe it was Mithrandir in the chat. You were right. Liam Paro with an impressive performance. Montana Love will crash and burn. Yes, Mithrandir called it, guys. And that's an impressive performance because this fight, the odds for this one were close. Sub-Zero TV, Montana Love has been trashed for a while now. Drummer UK shocked. I'm surprised. I didn't think that Montana Love would get I wasn't expecting him to get knocked out here, to be honest. Not this quickly either. And it kind of came out of nowhere, actually. But that's an impressive victory for Liam Paro. Like I said earlier in the fight, it looked to me like he was setting up the left hand, but then he managed to put Montana Love down with a straight left on the chin. That was the second knockdown. Man. And that's not the performance that Montana Love will have wanted from himself after being inactive since that disqualification loss to Steve Spark. He's still kind of arguing with the referee, but the reality is that he was not doing well in this fight anyway. He wasn't throwing enough offense, especially when he got backed into the corner. There just wasn't enough coming back. But Liam Paro, this was only his second fight in the United States, only his second fight out of Australia. And it's on a big card here in front of what's supposedly a sold-out crowd in San Francisco and on a pay-per-view. And I think after this performance, if people weren't paying attention to Liam Paro before, they will be now. I wouldn't say that was quite as impressive as Matias's win over Ergashev, but still, it was an impressive performance from Liam Paro, and I wasn't necessarily expecting him to win the fight as easily as he did, truthfully. But I guess that's the problem when you don't do enough offensively. Like Montana Love didn't do enough, and eventually Liam Paro just lost respect for his offense, and he was just able to get through. Wow. Sub-Zero TV, what's good? What's good, Sub-Zero? We are just getting ready for the main event, Devin Haney against Regis Prograis now after that impressive performance. Wow. Just getting ready for the official verdict from the judges. Or rather, the official announcement from David Diamante. There's no judges. Not for this one. So we'll see what happens next from Liam Paro, but yeah, impressive. So David Diamante just giving out the official result here. So he picked up a WBO belt. He picked up a WBO minor belt here. But Liam Paro, I'm happy for him in the sense that after the Regis fight fell through because he got injured, and then he, like I say, a lot of people weren't probably that familiar with him, but they will be after this. So we're going to get, I think, a post-fight interview with Liam Paro. And then after that, we shouldn't be too far. Yeah, another dangerous fighter added to the division. Mithrandir, you're not that hype on Paro versus any of the other top 140 pounders. Yeah, I didn't think it was as impressive as Matias's win. I will say, admittedly, Matias is a world champion, but still, I was surprised he got the knockout. Drummer, another dangerous addition to the super lightweight division. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. This is going to be interesting. So we're just hearing the Paro's post-fight interview. He was just saying that Montana Love started slowing down, which he did. He says he wants a world title fight next, or soon, I guess. And he's just saying what he saw from Montana Love. He put him down with an uppercut. And then the second time he put him down with a straight left that landed right on the chin. I have to be honest, I don't necessarily agree that Liam Paro is the best prospect in Australia or the best fighter in Australia, like his trainer was saying, outside of Jai Apataya. I was more impressed with what I saw from Tim Tszyu earlier in the year, truthfully. But, I mean, Tim Tszyu is already a world champion. Some people think Tim Tszyu might already be the best fighter at 154. Or at least that he might beat Charlo already. So I guess it's maybe a little bit. But I mean, in terms of who's the best fighter in Australia, I wouldn't say that Liam Paro seems to be the number 2 prospect to me. But I thought it was still a good performance. I thought he looked good. But I think he still has to improve a little bit. But that's the second loss as well for Montana Love. Drummer, Tim Tszyu has not been tested yet. Yeah, so I mean, what I'm hoping, we'll see what happens, but I'm hoping we can get Tim Tszyu against Charlo maybe in the spring or something like that. That would be a fight I would very much like to see. But I think like it's hard to tell how good a prospect really is until they're actually tested heavily. But I do like what I see from Tim Tszyu so far, but we just don't know for sure, I guess. But I would like to see him against Charlo. Everyone will be lining up to fight Rolly now. Yeah, that's true. They won't be lining up to fight Matias. And I guess like we'll see what happens between Regis and Devin Haney because that's coming up next. If Regis wins, I mean that's going to make things interesting because he's already a champion at 140. And I guess because if I'm correct in my prediction, I'm assuming that Devin Haney wins the belt and then vacates it if he then goes up to 140. But if he doesn't, if Regis retains and he just beat Devin Haney, then I think suddenly there's going to be a lot of, well, I mean, I think then you're going to have a 3-way conversation at that point between who is the best guy at 140, whether it's Regis, whether it's Matias or Teofimo, because like I say, a lot of my thoughts on this division are based on the fact that I think Haney wins this fight. But if Regis gets the upset, then that changes the conversation because at that point you have to say, especially depending on how he looks and how Haney looks. But the Regis will have done what, Lomachenko couldn't officially do, which was beat Devin Haney. So unless Regis wins because Devin Haney just looks terrible, if Regis wins, then it's going to, I think, have a three-way conversation at 140 for who's the number one guy at that point. So we're just, again, getting some more talk from the panel here. But I'm guessing the main event probably gets underway around 11 o'clock. Mithrandir, Tim Zoo, edges Charlo at that point. And Drummer says Tio might not be in the right headspace to fight. Yeah. The thing with Teofimo as well that I'm a little bit concerned about is I know he gets a lot of confidence from his dad, but in that Kambosos fight, his dad wasn't really helping in the corner. And I know that Teofimo's been having some personal issues outside of the ring. Apparently, he's going through a divorce, something like that, which is unfortunate, but that's also not going to help him in the ring. And the reality is he's been coming out with all kinds of like fairly bizarre statements, in my opinion. Like he's gonna, I don't know, he was talking about going to fight in Italy and Africa, and he doesn't know how much longer he has in boxing and all of this kind of stuff. So it does make me question a little bit where his head's at. I agree. But they're talking again about Joseph Parker against Wilder. I made my prediction for that one. And I pretty comfortably think Deontay Wilder wins that fight because I think that Joseph Parker is not going to be able to outbox him from the outside, especially as a few people pointed out in the comments on my prediction video that Parker doesn't have the advantage in terms of reach that Tyson Fury did, in terms of height that Tyson Fury did. And that's significant because it means that if he does try and box on the outside, he's going to have to be able to avoid getting caught with punches coming back from Wilder. And he also doesn't have the height and the weight advantage where Tyson Fury was able to lean on top of Deontay Wilder because he was taller, he was heavier, and Wilder has these stick legs. So when you're taller than him and you have a big weight that you're pressing down on top of him, it tires his legs out. Deontay Wilder weighed in at 214 pounds for his last fight. Now, 214 pounds on a guy who weighs or who is supposedly 6'7". I mean, that's a lot of weight distributed over, or not a lot of weight, rather, distributed over a tall frame. And so if you look at his physique, his upper body is reasonably muscular. His legs are sticks. Tyson Fury was able to press down, and that tired Wilder out. But Joseph Parker is shorter, so he's not going to be able to do that, even though I think he's going to be weighing in quite a bit heavier than Deontay Wilder, but he's not going to be able to lean on him the same way that Tyson Fury did, number one. Number two, he's not going to be able to reach him from the outside. And I know one of the things that Malik Scott has been working on with Deontay is to basically stay disciplined and allow the opponents to reach in, and then Deontay can just hit them from the back foot while keeping his chin tucked in and basically just countering and knocking guys out without really having to risk too much. And so I think Joseph Parker fighting on the outside will play into Deontay Wilder's game plan perfectly. I think if Parker's going to win, he will need to do it on the inside, but he doesn't have the same advantages that Tyson Fury did. And so in that sense, I think it's going to be very difficult for Joseph Parker to win this one. But we'll see. I'll be live streaming throughout that entire card as well. That's going to be a long one. I don't know if they've announced the actual how long each of those fights is going to be. Drummer, no one is interested in Joseph Parker boxing anymore. He is not that high level of a fighter. I will say, I didn't even realize that Joseph Parker was had several fights this year already. Truthfully, until I checked that out. Um, I didn't realize that he'd actually boxed a couple of times, which surprised me because, he was a fairly big name at one point. So I kind of figured that his his fights would have got more attention. I didn't even realize he had actually boxed twice this year, or actually twice prior to his last fight against Simon Keane. But I didn't realize that he had a fight in Australia earlier in the year. I wasn't even. I think actually that's not true. I think I was aware of that, but I didn't watch it at the time. And I remember the opponent wasn't anything super special, with all respect to him. But yeah, I mean, with the card on the 23rd, I don't know if they've announced the actual lengths of those bouts, but if they're all 12 rounds, which a lot of them are world title fights as well, that's going to be a very long card, especially if though a lot of them go the distance. I mean, that could be a very long. Yes, I'm just checking box rec. So Jai Apatai against Ellis Zorro, 12 rounds. Daniel Dubois, Miller. That's the one I'm actually looking forward to the most, believe it or not. Daniel Dubois against Jarrell Miller. I think that one could potentially be a very interesting fight. And I will say, I give Daniel Dubois a lot of credit for taking that one on short notice, or not on short notice, after being knocked out recently, I will say. To be getting in there against Jarrell Miller, that's an interesting one. To me, that one's kind of a 50-50 fight. It could go either way. But that one's 12 rounds. Bivol, Lyndon Arthur, also 12. And then Wilder against Parker. And Wallin against Joshua, all for 12. The other three, they don't have rounds announced for those. But it could potentially be quite a long card, guys. Brendan, Mithran says, how did I get into boxing? Have I ever boxed? I have, believe it or not. Okay, so this is a funny story. I'm kind of ashamed to admit this because I think most people tell you a story about how they watched a really great fight or something like that, and they that's what brought them into boxing. What actually got me into boxing was I used to be a really big pro wrestling fan, and it was actually when David Hay fought Audley Harrison. So that was like 10 years ago now. And I don't know how I even came across it, but like I saw some clips of the press conference, and it basically, I guess, reminded me enough of wrestling that I actually ended up watching some of the other like documentaries and the interviews and what have you. And then I ended up watching the fight itself. So that was the first major event that Eddie Hearn, in case anybody doesn't remember David Hay against Audley Harrison, that was the first major event that Eddie Hearn actually promoted before he was a big name like he is now. And the fight itself was a huge disappointment. But that was basically the fight that got me into boxing. And I remember being very disappointed with the outcome. But I guess I just stuck around after that. And so I've been following the sport ever since then. And I have been watching various boxing YouTube channels throughout the whole time. And so eventually I just decided to jump in and make my own. But yeah, no, I've never actually boxed. I've played tons of other sports. But I've never actually boxed, believe it or not. I'm curious whether this fight is actually sold out because they're saying that it is, but the lights in the arena are quite dark. And I'm curious. The reason why I mentioned that is because I want boxing events to succeed. And Devin Haney against Regis Prograis is a big fight, and I want it to do well. So I'm hoping that it is actually sold out. I think that would be good for boxing if it is. I think that would be good, especially because it's not taking place in Vegas. I think like it's good for the sport because when the UFC goes to different places, they sell out sometimes without even having the card announced yet, just because people have that much trusted that it's going to be an entertaining event. And it's good for boxing if they can go to different places, not just Vegas um, or London, but actually other cities as well, and actually sell out big venues. Like that's good for the sport. Drummer probably 80% filled. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I suspect you might be right because the least boxing cities. Yes, I suspect you might be right. Like G-Men. Yeah. So I have actually. I used to watch. I used to, or I say used to watch. I've been watching G-Man actually for a few years now. He's one of my favorite channels. Ted Spoon Boxing, Punch Perfect Boxing. I feel like I remember. I recognize the name. I would have to check. And Ted Spoon, I'm not sure that I'm familiar with. So that I'll check those two out um after this. But G-Man is one of my favorite channels as well, actually. He's grown quite a bit recently. The other one, Hatman Strikes Back, is another one that I've been following for years. Pretty much, I've been following his channel actually since he was called Hatman TV, which was like a long time ago. Um, that's another one of the better channels out there. There's a lot of good ones, and that's one thing that I like about boxing is it has a lot of good fan channels on YouTube. I'm sure other sports do as well. There are some UFC ones that I follow as well. I'm sure there's other ones, but oh, Boxing Gems, Myth Under. Yeah, Boxing Gems as well. Punch Perfect Boxing is your favorite. It's the most in depth. Yeah. Okay. Well, so I'll have to check out Punch Perfect Boxing. Boxing Gems, I am familiar with. Yes, that is one of my favorite channels as well. That is a good channel for sure. So you're just watching Prograis warming up in the dressing room now. We'll see what happens. I mean, if Prograis, or rather, if Haney can't keep Regis off him, then the dynamic of the fight changes, I think, completely. I'm basing a lot of my predictions on the fact that I think it will be difficult for Regis to get onto the inside, and I think that when he does, Devin will be able to hold, clinch, the referee will let him get away with it, and that Regis won't really be able to let off too many power shots. But if that's not the case, then it makes the fight, I think, quite a bit more interesting. But I think we're going to be getting this one underway in probably about 10 minutes time. Yeah, doubting my prediction. Well, I think Haney's going to win too. And I have to say I feel confident about it. I didn't put any money on the fight just because number one, I'm not a big gambler, but number two, I just didn't think the odds were really that juicy, I guess. Like Haney was a pretty big favorite in terms of the odds, and so I didn't bet anything on this fight. But I do think that, I mean, I'm confident enough in it that I made a second video kind of doubling down on my prediction. I don't know. From what I see, I'm going to be surprised if Regis wins this fight. I am going to be surprised. I don't think he will. I think Devin's going to win this fight. But we'll see. The other thing I think as well with this fight is that even though Devin is the one going up in weight, They could have gone for some of the other champions, but they went for Regis, and I think they did that on purpose because they think he's the one that Devin will have a very good chance of beating, truthfully. I mean, he has a 5-inch reach advantage despite the fact that he's the same height as Regis. I mean, Devin Haney has a reach that's actually similar to guys who are honestly, there are fighters over 6 feet tall who have reaches about the same as Devin Haney. So, or at least close, relatively close to Devin Haney. His arms are very long for this division. I just hope that we get a uncontroversial result here. I think it's important that we get a decisive outcome because it wasn't great, in my opinion, that so many people thought that Lomachenko was robbed in the last fight. I think a lot of people after that fight, especially casual fans, felt like boxing didn't basically that boxing is corrupt, that the more popular fighter gets the decision even if they don't deserve it. And that's not good for the sport necessarily. Like the fight was close, but I think that it's important that we get a decisive winner here. But we'll see. So we are getting just probably about 5 minutes away, or maybe about 10 minutes away from this fight actually getting underway, guys. Trench brick. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, you do actually have the same profile picture. That's very funny. Myth Reindeer says I'm waiting my current pound for pound top 5 and my top 5 pound for pound of all time. Oh, the referee, Jack Reese. Yeah. Oh, so we're getting away at national anthem. So in terms of my pound for pound top 5 currently, I would say, okay, so I know that the heavyweight division doesn't always get represented in the top 5, but I would have Usyk. I don't know. It's hard for me to rank them just off the top of my head, like 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, rather. But I would probably put Usyk in my top 3. And the reason why I would say that is because I think when you're fighting in the heavier weight divisions, there's an inherent risk that there isn't in the lower weight classes, which is that a guy who's way less skilled than you, and actually Deontay Wilder is a perfect example of this, with boxing skills that are completely inferior, can knock you out with power. And I think that means that in the heavier division, so cruiserweight, heavyweight, light heavyweight, there is an extra layer of risk that there isn't, I think, as much in the lighter weight classes. And I think in the lighter weight classes, the more skilled fighter has an even bigger advantage just because on average, a guy who weighs 135 pounds isn't going to be punching as hard as a guy who weighs 200 pounds plus. So even though the heavyweights don't tend to get, I think, as much recognition in the pound for pound lists, I would probably put Usyk in my top 3. Who else would I have in my top 3? I mean, Terrence Crawford. I like Shakur a lot, but he doesn't have the resume. It depends how we're ranking it, because if we're talking about who I think is the best skill-wise, but if you're talking about in terms of their entire career as far as who's an active fighter, I mean, I might still have to put Canelo up there just based on his overall body of work even though he did lose to Bivol. But I don't know if we're talking about just in terms of who's the best right now or in terms of their entire career. Um, I don't know really. I'd have to think about that. Um, hmm. I don't know if I would put Canelo in the top 5 or not right now. In terms of whether I think he's probably one of the best 5 fighters, possibly not. But in terms of whether I think he's got the best overall, one of the best like overall careers, possibly yes. But Usyk would be in there. Crawford. Um, I don't know if in a way, maybe, yep. Please, no controversy in this fight as well. Yes, I agree. I agree. As we're seeing Devin Haney making his walk to the ring now. I don't know. I have to think about my pound for pound list. Maybe I'll actually make a separate video on that. In terms of all time, I mean, it's a little bit cliche, but Ali would have to be, I think, my number one, just because of the fact that he fought so many guys while doing it in the heavyweight division, the most dangerous division. I don't know. Ali would have to be, I think, up there for me, which is it's a little bit of a cliche one, but other than that, I'm gonna have to put that. I might make a separate video on that, on my all-time pound for pound and my top 5 pound for pound currently. I like Bivol a lot. I will say that as well. In terms of the guys who I like the most, I can say who I think I like the most right now. In terms of their skill wise, my favorites are probably Usyk. I do like Shakur a lot, skill wise. I do like Devin Haney skill wise. Um, Bivol as well. Um, Trying to think who else. I'm just watching Devin Haney as well make his entrance to the ring. He's wearing a huge jacket that makes him look a bit like a marshmallow. And Prograis is about to make his entrance here. All right, guys. Let's go. Let's go, guys. Main event time. And again, if you're just joining me here, don't overthink it. Crawford, Inoue, Usyk, Bivol, Canelo, Sugar Ray Robinson, Ali, Joe Louis, Willie Pep, Duran. Yeah, it's hard to argue with that list, Mithrandir, to be honest with you. Yeah, Crawford, I would say, okay, so Crawford would be in my top 5. Inoue, Usyk, Bivol, Canelo. Yeah, to be honest, there's nobody outside of that list that I would probably add in place of those fighters. Truthfully, I think that is a good list, actually. Now, Prograis is making his entrance. He's wearing the mask and a headdress. This is going to be interesting. If I will say that the outcome of this fight that I haven't really it's going to be interesting here, guys. is if Devin Haney, okay, so when I predict Haney to win this fight comfortably, I'm talking about a points decision. The outcome I haven't really considered as much is Haney by KO. So that would be, I think, a big surprise for me if that was to happen. But we'll see. Prograis making his ring walk now. It sounds like Prograis is getting a decent amount of boos from the crowd, which makes sense because it's in Devin Haney's hometown. I know that Bobby Benton, Prograis' trainer, was talking about how the last fight against Zarria, because it was in New Orleans, Prograis had a lot of distractions going on, just like because I guess the fight was in his hometown, a lot of friends and family coming to the event and basically having to sort out like travel plans and tickets and do all this stuff for all these people. And Bobby Benton was basically saying that this didn't help him focus on the fight, and that was why he had such a bad performance, or part of the reason why he had such a bad performance. But I gotta say, I don't think that we're gonna have a similar deal from Devin Haney. I'm expecting Devin Haney to look good here. I'm not expecting him to look anything like what Regis did against Zarria. It's going to be a question of how good does Regis look, honestly. But he's had a lot of big talk in the buildup. But Prograis, I mean, he's this is going to be his big moment. If he wins this fight, then people will, including me, will have been proven wrong. But I don't think he's going to. I think Devin's going to win this one comfortably. But let's see what happens, guys. David Diamante's. We're finally getting this underway. It feels like we've been talking about this for a long time. So here we go. David Diamante with the introductions, guys. We are just about to get this underway. Regis Prograis against Devin Haney. We're finally about to get these guys in the ring for the main event. Jose Arroyo Rugaru. Let's see what Regis can do. What is snack, guys? Does anyone know in the comments? I feel like I should probably know. I've heard the name before a bunch of times. Is it a like a protein supplement? What is snack? Andre, the same thing. I've seen a whole bunch of fighters wearing the shirts and stuff, but I don't actually know what it is. I feel like I probably should. If anyone knows, type it in the comments. Well, let's go. So if anyone knows, or if anyone, by the way, is just joining the stream here, this is just my commentary on this fight. It's not going to actually feature any footage of the fight itself because I will get in trouble with YouTube's copyright, so I don't want to do that. Jack Reese, the referee. What fights has Jack Reese refereed recently? I feel like he's refereed some controversial fight recently, but I can't remember what it was. Drummer, Ali is not all-time pound for pound. I have to say, my knowledge of history is a little bit more limited. If we're talking about stuff that happened, especially like outside of the well-known fighters, the famous names, and especially when we're talking about a lot of my knowledge of history rather is more limited to stuff that's happened kind of in the last, I would say, 30 years or so, and then a little bit, to do with some of the famous heavyweights prior to that. But I'm not the best source of information on fighters probably prior to the last 30 years, apart from heavyweights kind of from the Ali era onwards. I have to be honest and admit that. Most of my my boxing knowledge is a little bit more recent than that, with the exception of to do with the heavyweights. All right, so we are just getting the introduction for Devin Haney, and we're just going to be introduced to Regis Prograis here. And it looks like we are minutes away from this one getting underway. There's Mauricio Suleiman, rather, in the background. I have to be completely honest. I keep forgetting that Prograis is actually the champion in this fight. In my head, I keep thinking that Devin Haney is actually the champion. Prograis is pacing back and forth. He's got blood dripping down his shorts. It's kind of an interesting look. I guess it's going in with the werewolf thing. All right. Here we go, guys. Devin looks focused. Regis looks intense. Jack Reese is going over the low blow lines. Devin Haney is just staring Regis Prograis down. Regis is looking like he's quite energized and ready to go. Devin Haney looks calm. Devin Haney must have one of the lowest KO ratios amongst champions in boxing, I would say, on the men's side, just off the top of my head. But he's promising he's going to get a knockout tonight. I don't know. We'll see. Here we go, guys. Round one. The bell has rung. Let's go. Devin Haney against Regis Prograis. Devin's on the back foot to start the fight. He's already using that jab. Prograis is going to have to get inside of the jab for this fight to work in his favor. Devin has got those long arms. Both guys in the center of the ring. Devin circling. Regis is a southpaw, so that is something that I think he has in his favor. But Devin is working that jab. Nothing really meaningful landed so far. You can see the long arms that Devin has. He's been able to reach Regis, and Regis hasn't been able to reach back because his arms are just a little bit shorter. And I think if Devin's able to keep this range and not get tempted to stand on the inside and trade, that's what he needs to do here. The question I have is Devin Haney serious about actually going for the knockout here? Because his dad, oh, it looks like his feet got crossed a little bit there. It looks like he tripped over Regis's lead leg a little bit. I thought Devin was wobbled for a minute, but I think he just stumbled over Regis's foot. We're already 2 minutes into round one. Not a lot of action has been going on. Devin's just been leading with the jab. Regis has been trying to find him, but he hasn't been able to get close enough so far. Regis feinting as well. He's trying to draw Devin out. Devin managing to land a jab again. As long as Devin keeps his discipline here and doesn't lunge in and get caught with anything, then he should be all right. Regis trying to reach with the jab, missing. Devin throws a combination and he misses as well. Devin's best work has been with his jab so far, but that's to be expected. Other than that, not a ton of effective work from either guy. It's been a fairly cagey start to the fight so far. Devin on the back foot. Regis is in the center of the ring. Regis throwing out the jab, but he's not able to reach and get inside those long arms of Devin Haney. And that's it. That's the end of round one. Let me know, guys, in the comments who you have winning these rounds as well. I think that one was pretty hard to score, to be honest. I'd probably give that one to Devin Haney, but hard to score in the sense that there wasn't a ton of action. But I would give that one to Devin Haney. I will say the first time I did commentary 2 weeks ago, and I tried to do the scorecards at the same time as actually calling the action. It was a little bit tricky, especially when I wasn't used to doing the commentary. So I'm not actually writing a scorecard down as I do this. Let's hear what Bill Haney has to say in the corner. So he's just telling Devin, just use the 1-2 that they've been working on. Straight down the middle with the 1-2. All right. Thank you for all the comments, guys. I appreciate it. I'll catch up on them all in a little bit. I'm just trying to keep a close eye on the fight here. That is true, though, Mithrandir. If this one ends up being boring, it will be kind of funny. I hope not, though. I hope not. I like Shakur a lot, and I do my best to kind of defend that performance, but it wasn't very exciting. Oh. Again, Prograis trying to reach with the jab. Not working. Prograis flicked the jab out a lot of times. I think he's doing that to try and get to partially, obviously, to reach Devin Haney, but also I think to try and bait him to come forward and then hit him with something with the left hand. Ooh, Regis reached in a little bit and he nearly got countered by Haney. He's got to be real careful of doing that. He doesn't want to be lunging in, especially with his head ducked down low like that, because Devin's going to be able to hit him with an uppercut if he keeps leaning forward, or reaching in rather, with his chin pointed low towards the ground. If he keeps doing that, Devin is going to be able to hit him with a counter if he's not careful. Prograis' gotten hit a few too many times here for my liking if I was rooting for Regis. But Devin's looking pretty good here to me. Prograis did manage to connect with a jab there, but he's missing too much. And Devin's being able to circle and stay around the outside. He's being able to hit Regis with the right hand when he gets in close. And Regis looks like he's in a little bit of trouble here, actually. It looked like Devin hit him a couple of times there. And Regis he hit the ground, but he wasn't actually knocked down. He was pushed. But Regis looks a little bit unsteady here. He's got to be careful. He's being a little bit reckless. He can pick his shots still. It's only in the second round. He's got to be careful that he's not just wildly lunging in. Regis is trying to use the jab. It's not working. But he lunged in a couple too many times there, which I didn't like to see, and he got hit. He's got to be careful. So I'm just listening to Bill Haney in the corner. They're very confident. And I think part of that is designed to try and give the fighter confidence. But at the same time, I do think they really believe what they're saying, that they're going to beat Regis Prograis fairly comfortably in this fight. Reese is not the best. Yeah, I feel like drummer. Yes, a protein supplement company. Okay, Snack. That must be Snack. Okay. Yeah, Reese is not the best. Like I say, I feel like he was involved in a controversial fight recently. I don't remember which one that was, though. Oh. So Regis coming forward now. This weird round number 3, by the way. Regis is swinging. But he's not hitting. He's not landing. He's still trying to come forward with the jab. He's still feinting. Devin's still doing a good job of keeping him at range. Like I keep saying, as long as Devin lets go with the right hand there, not too powerful, but as long as he's able to stay disciplined, I think he's going to be able to break Regis down and cruise to a points decision, provided he doesn't go rushing. Oh! Devin puts Regis down. Whoa! Regis is down. It's only a minute into round 3. Wow. I said Prograis was being a bit reckless, and he's been put down on the canvas. All right, so what's going on here now? I predicted Devin a win. I was very confident in it. I didn't think he was going to get a knockout victory, though. I'll say that. Now, Prograis back to his feet. He's still coming forward, but Devin hit him again there with a lead left hand right on the chin. Prograis still coming forward. He's still reaching with the jab. And Haney is looking very, very good here. He's moving well. He's pounding Regis with the jab. And then when he comes in, he's hitting him with combinations to the body. Regis is looking tired as well. Regis is already looking a little bit fatigued here. And that is not going to be good either, because the more fatigued he is, the less he's going to be able to execute his work with good timing. The more tempted he is also going to be to come jumping into the inside. And so Devin is in a very good position here. Not only did he score the knockdown, but Regis can't get inside of his jab. And Regis is now looking fatigued as well, as Devin hits him with a right to the body. Devin is now moving in and out. He's now moving in and out and hitting Regis with the right hand. And it's causing Regis a lot of problems here. The punches coming back from Prograis have slowed down noticeably. He's still feinting. He's still staying on the outside. Prograis is, but the jab, the volume of punches has decreased a lot. He did manage to hit Haney there, but it didn't do much damage. Haney just has to be careful. He has to stay disciplined here because, believe it or not, even though Regis is the one that's gotten hurt, I think Haney is the one who has to be careful as well, because if he comes rushing in and decides to try and blast Regis out, there's still a chance he gets caught with something. So he needs to be careful here and be patient. The knockout will be there, but I don't think he wants to just jump in, because right now Regis's only chance to turn this around is to clip Devin with something. And Devin rather doesn't want to give him that. He doesn't want to just sit on the outside and spoil for the rest of the fight. He can come forward with educated pressure, but he doesn't want to come just blundering forward and get caught with something. So he needs to be patient and careful. Haney is running already, yes, but Regis is down. No one predicted a KO win law. No, that's true. Well, not for Haney anyway. But yeah, Prograis is, his best chance is to clip Haney with something. So Haney's got to make sure that that doesn't happen and that he stays patient and doesn't go rushing in, which he's not. So far, Devin's still staying on the back foot. He's still being cautious. Regis is coming forward. What's been very effective for Devin has been leading with that jab, then stepping forward with the right hand. He just hit Regis to the body again. And Regis, it's actually just like what Bill Haney was saying in between rounds. That 1-2 combination, it's very simple, but it's being very effective so far. He's literally hitting Regis with a jab, stepping back, hitting him with the jab again, stepping back, hitting him with the jab, and then stepping forward and hitting him with a right hand. It's really pretty much as simple as that. It's just been a jab, a right hand, keeping the distance, keeping it range, and moving. But Regis hasn't really been able to deal with any of it so far. That doesn't mean he doesn't have the possibility to turn the fight around if he can land something. But so far, Devin's long arms and the fact that he moves. I mean, look, Devin's style, a lot of people don't like it. A lot of people find it boring, but it's it's objectively very hard to deal with when you have a guy who can fight on the back foot, who has freakishly long arms relative to his weight class, and he holds when you get on the inside against him. It's hard to deal with that style when you're a smaller, shorter armed fighter, rather, like Regis is, especially when he tries to use a lot of feints and Devin's not biting on them. Regis can't draw Devin out. And so there's not a lot for him to work with. And so what he's been forced to do is lunge forward onto the inside. And that's how he's gotten caught a few times. And that's kind of where he is now. He's going to need to come up with something different because what he's doing so far isn't working. Oh, Devin Haney manages to land another good shot on Regis there. Regis stays on his feet. It didn't look like it caused him too many problems. But Devin Haney, and I said in my prediction video for this fight, although I have to be clear, I did not predict a knockout for Devin Haney. I said he was going to win the fight on points. But I did say Devin's power, I think, is underrated because of the fact that he has very few knockouts. I think he actually has power. He just doesn't try and go for the finish very often because he'd rather run around the ring on the back foot and play it very safe. But I think he actually does have more power than people give him credit for. He just doesn't bother to get the knockout very often because he doesn't have to. But I think, as we're seeing here, he does have the ability to get knockdowns. He's just not that eager to actually get knockouts, basically. He doesn't seem to really care about that. I don't know why we're getting this interview with Marshawn Lynch at ringside instead of actually hearing what's going on in the corner. But anyway. All right, round number 5, guys. Devin Haney is cruising here. But Prograis still coming forward. He's trying to land a combination. He's being a little bit more aggressive here. But every time he lets his hands go, every time it looks like he might have backed Devin up, Devin is managing to just pivot out of the way. And Regis is looking more and more tired. He gets hit again with a left hand there, a left jab. Devin tries to follow up with a 1-2. He misses with the right. But Regis just eats another jab on the chin. He's going to get more and more tired as well, which means his timing is going to be off when he does actually try and close, or when he does close the distance and actually hit with something. You can see on screen the punch stats. Regis has only landed 13 punches officially compared with 22 from Haney. Haney's jab, I mean, it's really as simple. I'm just repeating myself, but it's Haney's jab is what's making the big difference here. Regis has not found a way to deal with that. And this was the big thing leading up to this fight, why I felt it was going to be comfortable for Devin. I just didn't think that Regis was going to be able to close the distance effectively. if Regis was a really, really slick fighter who could get inside and just work Devin Haney on the inside, then I would have maybe had different thoughts. But I just didn't think he'd be able to get inside and actually do anything. And so far, he hasn't been. So far, it hasn't been a it's been an impressive performance from Haney so far, and it hasn't really been that competitive. But Haney is able to just stay comfortably on his back foot. Regis has recovered, I think, a little bit from the knockdown. He hasn't looked like he was going to go over at any point since then. But nor has he put Devin in any significant danger either. Because there's a difference between just surviving to the 12-round distance and actually having a chance to win. And right now, it's leaning towards Regis either surviving the distance but losing on the scorecards. But honestly, and as he gets hit again there with a jab right on the chin, or rather, sorry, with the right hand on the chin, and another good combination from Haney, I think it is looking less and less likely that Regis is going to see, or rather more and more likely that Haney might actually get the KO here. He goes back to his corner looking very confident as long as he doesn't get sloppy at this point. I don't know. We'll see. Drummer says even. 6th round. I'm not even scoring it round by round. I would have to say I think Haney is probably ahead by now, but Mythrendier, Regis outclassed. Devin has just way more skills. Fun fight so far. I'm surprised at how, I guess, entertaining it's been, honestly. I was worried that it was going to just be a snooze fest, especially because the card itself, you wait a long time for the main event. I was hoping that it wouldn't be a snooze fest, but I was worried that it might be a little bit, even though, like I say, I rate Devin Haney very highly as far as his skills. I was worried it was going to be a snooze fest, but it hasn't been so far. All right, let's go. What can Regis do here, guys? What can Regis do? He's got to try something different. He's got to try something different here because it's not gonna get it done what he's doing so far. Even with the southpaw style, it's just not causing Devin any kind of real serious problems. And the power, I have to say, from Regis, because everyone was talking before the fight about Regis having the power, but he hasn't managed to actually hurt Haney at all in this fight. Haney hasn't looked like he was bothered by anything that Regis throws. But Prograis, I think, to be honest, it's just a fundamental problem where Haney is the more skilled fighter. And I just don't think Regis has got what it takes to beat him unless he lands a lucky shot, honestly. I just think it's as simple as that. I think Regis is outclassed and Haney is going to win this fight comfortably unless Regis lands a lucky punch. But that's only going to happen if Haney gets way overconfident. The question, I think, here is whether Haney's going to try and push for a knockout or whether he's going to be comfortable to win the fight on points. But honestly, guys, Regis is just getting lit up. I think he's going to have a chance to get Regis down on the canvas again. But Devin is being patient, which I think is very smart. He's not rushing in, and he's not trying, or he's not going to risk giving Regis a chance here to catch him with something. I know that's not what a lot of fans will want to see, but it's smart. It's smart, guys. Don't let your opponent have the one thing that he has in his arsenal, which is a power shot that Devin Haney doesn't see coming. Take that away from him, and Devin Haney's going to cruise here. I said before the fight, I thought Regis was too emotional. I thought that he was taking it all too personally, and I thought he was going to be too reckless. I just don't think he has the skills necessary to beat Devin Haney unless he gets a punch out of nowhere. It's been so long since we've seen Devin show power. Yeah, I wasn't expecting him to get a knockdown. I thought he would win on points, which I think he is, but I wasn't expecting. When was the last time Devin got a knockdown? I can't even remember. I think he must have got one of the lowest knockout ratios out of any top world champion in the sport. But yeah, I don't even remember off the top of my head. When was the last time Devin had a knockdown? They haven't shown a lot of Regis's corner, so I don't know what they've been telling him in between rounds, but they gotta do something different. It's not working. Like, I get that Haney is the more skilled fighter, but at this point, Regis is just gonna lose. They gotta try something different here. Devin is just managing to move so effectively. And again, we're seeing the punch stats with Devin Haney landing 3 times as many punches, despite both guys having thrown almost the exact same number. So that's a 20% difference in accuracy with almost the exact same number of punches thrown. And obviously, these punch stats are not an exact science, but it still gives you a sense of how, because also it's only going to get worse the more tired Regis gets. And he's going to get more tired every time a jab lands, just like it does. And another 1-2 combination hits Regis on the chin. He's doing well to stay on his feet, honestly, because he's getting hit with a lot of 1-2s. Haney, rather, is hitting Regis. He's lighting him up, and Regis is doing well to stay on his feet. You have to give him credit for being tough. Oh, and another left hand to the body there. It kind of hit Regis around the back, but it's just getting worse and worse. Oh, and another body shot from Haney. I'm going to call it now and say I don't think Regis lasts to the 12th round the way this fight is going. He's just looking more and more tired, and he's not throwing anything back. He's trying to either survive or lure Devin Haney into becoming complacent and then trying to land a counter. But the longer this goes on, the less and less power Regis is going to have when he actually gets the opportunity to do that, as he gets hit again on the chin. Now, look, the reality is after this fight, I do think that you have to be fair and say that Devin Haney did what I and a lot of other people expected him to do, which was win this fight comfortably. So I think you have to be fair and say that he did what he was expected to do. That doesn't take away from the performance, but we shouldn't suddenly say that Regis Prograis was going to give Devin basically a lot of problems and then something unexpected happened here. I mean, Devin's dominating the fight, but I expected that. And a lot of you guys, I think, also expected that Devin was going to win this one fairly comfortably. All right. So we're getting to see what's going on in the corner here. Finally for Regis. So the referee, see, I wish the commentators would have let us hear this, because the referee, Jack Reese, was just saying something to Regis's trainer, which sounded to me like they cut it off, because I put the sound on during the break between rounds. but it sounded like he was basically telling him he's down on all of the score, or he's down basically 6 rounds. Sorry, I'm just trying to keep an eye on what's going on as well. The doctor's looking at him. But basically, he seemed to be telling Regis's corner that he's going to lose this fight on points. So how much longer do you want this to carry on for? So we didn't get to hear exactly what is being said, but it looks like this fight is in danger of getting stopped potentially as soon as this round. And quite frankly, I think it will be deservedly stopped if Regis doesn't do something here, because there's no point just going on and getting beaten up unnecessarily. So I think that, to be honest, if the referee stops this fight, Regis will be upset, but I don't think he really can be, because he hasn't done anything here to suggest that he has a chance to win this fight. So here we go in round 8, guys. Let's watch this one carefully. But I think there's a chance that this might be the last round of this fight. But I think so. We're just listening to Bill Haney in the corner, but I think there's a chance that this might be the last round of the fight, either because Regis gets knocked out, or because the referee stops it, or because Regis's team retires him in between rounds, which I don't think would be the worst thing in the world at this point. He's not actually doing anything to suggest that he's going to be able to turn this around. Oh, another 1-2 combination. And Devin is showing some heavy hands here. He's showing some heavy hands. Devin has done everything in this fight. The only thing that he really hasn't done is actually get the knockout victory. Apart from that, it's been a completely dominant performance from Haney. Completely dominant performance. Prograis is just throwing nothing anymore. He's just standing there and trying to survive. Haney is not throwing a ton of punches back, but he doesn't need to. He doesn't need to, because he's just cruising to victory here. Another jab hits Prograis. Prograis actually does manage to hit Devin to the body once, but I mean, that might have been the first thing that's connected in this round. Prograis comes in swinging wildly. Devin's, though, able to just move out of range and reestablish range control. There's 1 minute left in the round here. At some point, I think Prograis' corner is going to look at basically whether there's any point in him continuing this. He's not out on his feet, but he's just not doing anything here. He's barely thrown a punch this round. Another combination from Haney. Oh. Devin is just being so disciplined here. I've been very impressed, because my only question mark was whether Devin was going to want to put on an impressive performance to such an extent that when he got that knockdown, he was going to come rushing in. But I've been very impressed with how disciplined Haney has stayed as well. I knew he had skills. I knew he probably wasn't going to go in and start swinging. But now, seeing this, I've been very impressed with how disciplined he is, guys. This is a very good performance from Devin Haney. A very good performance. And he is going to vindicate my prediction, which I was confident enough in to make 2 videos on this. I really felt like Regis Prograis wasn't going to be able to deal with Devin Haney. And so far, he hasn't been at all. So Bill Haney is talking Devin Haney patience to set up the knockout. So it looks like they're still trying to go for the knockout, but Bill Haney was saying not in this round. So it looks like they're trying to set up the knockout potentially for in round 10, 11, or 12. This is the start of round 9. Regis did actually land a shot there that caught Regis. But I think Regis, if Regis doesn't do well in this round, if he gets lit up again, Regis's corner needs to look at stopping this fight, because if he gets knocked out at this point, then I think that's going to be on his corner. I think Regis Prograis' corner will bear the responsibility if he gets knocked out. And it looks like there's a problem with Devin Haney's shoelace. They're going to have to cut some extra lace off of his shoe. But yeah, if this continues like this and Regis gets KO'd, I do think his corner will have to take the blame for that, in the sense that he hasn't, and that's if nothing happens. If Regis suddenly comes out and lands some punches, but if it just keeps being totally one-sided here and he gets stopped, then I think his corner is going to have to take some of the blame for that as well, because they haven't prepared him for this fight adequately either. They haven't been able to give him any tactical adjustments to deal with Devin Haney. So I think that, like I said before the fight, I said it in my second video, I don't think Devin Haney's or Regis Prograis' team articulated any kind of game plan that gave me confidence they would be able to deal with Devin Haney's skills. And you're seeing in this fight, there's no change in the game plan. They haven't been able to do anything different. Even though the fight has been completely one-sided, they haven't been able to change up what they've been doing. So I think it's overall a lack of skill from from Prograis rather, as Haney hits him again. Prograis is wobbling around. Haney has wobbled Prograis again. I honestly think, I know this will be a controversial opinion, but if I was in Prograis' corner, if he survives to the end of this round, I would be looking very seriously at throwing in the towel, because it will save him from getting knocked out. And he's not going to win this fight. I would be looking very seriously at saving him from getting knocked out by throwing in the towel in between rounds here, guys. We'll see what his team does. But I would be very seriously looking at that. And if they don't do that and he gets knocked out, then I guess, yes, they're trying to let him win the fight. But realistically, what's he shown to suggest that it's going to change? Devin, again, is just, his reach is too much. His jab is too much. It's just, it's not looking good, guys, if you're a Regis fan. I don't know, Mythred here, if Haney has gotten that much better, if he's just levels above Prograis. I mean, I have to be honest. I didn't think before the fight that this fight was, or rather that Regis had much of a chance to win. Like when I watched him in his last performance against Zorilla, and I watched pretty much every fight, there wasn't one fight between the Josh Taylor fight and now where I thought Regis was going to win. Now, his trainer is telling Regis in the corner that you need to show us that you still have the ability to do something. Otherwise, we're going to call this fight off. But I'm telling you, they got to be careful. If that's what they think, then really they should be looking at stopping it now, because he's going to get knocked out. But guys, the fact is, I think Devin Haney is performing better than he did against Lomachenko. I just don't think this fight was ever that close, to be honest. I think that people really overestimated Regis, and also he was a bad style matchup for Haney because he relies on power, he relies on being up close, and he relies on being able to draw his opponents out with feints. And Devin Haney is a fighter who fights on the back foot and uses his jab. So there's no reason for him to bite and try and come to the inside. I just didn't see, when I was making my prediction, what Regis was going to be able to do. And that's why I never felt like this fight was going to be close in the first place, honestly. I try and be sort of diplomatic about it but I never thought really that it was going to be close. And that's why I doubled down on my prediction, just because I wanted to make it clear beforehand how confident I was. And I didn't want to just say after the fact, oh, I knew, Haney was going to win. I was confident enough that I was willing to risk looking stupid if Haney lost, to actually double down on my prediction. And it looks like I've been right. If Prograis survives this round, he hasn't done anything. And his corner was talking in the last round about stopping the fight if he didn't show them anything. Well, he hasn't shown them anything so far. There's a minute and 30 seconds left in this round. So it will be interesting to see what they do. Because based on what we're hearing between the two corners, Bill Haney was telling Devin to set up the knockout in the later rounds, meaning between now and the end of round 12. And then Regis's corner was saying, if you don't show us something, we're going to stop this fight. I think they should be looking at that seriously. I know I've said that the last round as well, but I just don't see what's the point here. Regis is not winning this fight. But Devin is looking very impressive as well. I think also the other person who gets a lot of the other fighter who gets a lot of credit after this performance is Lomachenko, because Lomachenko, in my book, still beat Devin Haney at 135, and Devin Haney is looking very impressive here. But Lomachenko has not, I think, been mentioned as much in this fight or in the build-up to this fight. But the reality is Lomachenko should get a lot of credit too, because the better Devin Haney looks from this point onwards, the more impressive Lomachenko's performance, I think, should also be viewed. The more impressive light that it should be viewed in. As Regis nearly falls over trying to reach in, he can't even get close to Devin Haney now. It's going to be very interesting to see what Regis's corner decides to do at this point. So Bill Haney now is telling Devin to keep it clean. We got 2 rounds left now. But guys, Devin has been very, very impressive here. What are they saying in the Regis corner? It doesn't look like they're going to show us. But Regis's arms just aren't long enough. All right, so Regis is coming back out. Round 11. What's going to happen here? Are we going to reach the end of round 12, or is Devin going to stop him? Devin is just moving around the ring at will now. Regis just comes charging forward. It looked like he was almost going to push Devin out of the ropes there. But he's not letting his hands go. He just doesn't have the energy to let any punches go. But I mean, guys, Prograis is just not throwing enough. And I think Haney hits again with a 1-2. I mean, what is Prograis going to do? He's trying to corner Devin. What's he going to do here to win this fight? Regis, there's just nothing here. And he's falling over as well. He's trying to put some torque into his shots, but he's getting off balance. He's trying to reach in. The reality is he's fortunate that Devin Haney is running around the ring at this point, because a fighter who wanted to go for the knockout here would have, probably been able to cause some damage. But Devin Haney is not really seemingly that concerned with getting the KO. He's just comfortable staying on the back foot and dancing around the ring. And I think Regis Prograis should be grateful for that, honestly. Devin Haney is 4 minutes away from winning this fight. On my scorecard, it's going to be a shutout as well if this goes to the end of round 12. I don't even think it's that important if Devin Haney gets the stoppage. I think he's been so dominant in this fight. I don't really think it's even that important for Devin to get the stoppage here, really. Lomachenko lost. Where are we here? Prograis is he's tough, but there's a difference between being tough. I will say this though, right? The people that were billing this fight as 50-50, I think, are going to be more surprised than those of us who thought that Devin Haney was always a significant favorite in this fight. So at this point, because there's only one round left in the fight, Regis' corner is going to let him continue. But the last, or rather, the thing is, there's no tactical advice at all coming from Regis's corner. They're not telling him anything practical to do, and I don't think they have been the entire fight. And that's part of the problem. I don't think it's just as simple as Regis being outclassed. I think his corner has been outclassed as well. I don't think his corner had a good game plan. And I don't think they knew how to alter their tactics once Devin actually, has been as successful as he has. Once Regis's game plan failed, then they didn't have a plan B. And that's partially on the fighter, but it's on the corner as well. So here we are, round 12. And Devin Haney is just comfortably sitting on the back foot. I mean, he can win this round probably without even throwing a punch because Regis has not landed anything. And I just don't think it's going to happen for him. At this point, it's just a formality. I think the biggest takeaway from this as well is that Devin Haney has a lot more power than people give him credit for. Because not only was he able to put Regis down, but he's been able to wear him down to the point where Regis is not actually throwing a lot of punches. But I think, apart from the lack of the knockout victory here, Devin Haney has done everything you could possibly ask of him to do. The haters are still hating on Devin. Yeah, his corner, Mithrandir is right. His corner doesn't know what to do either. They don't. And I thought that before the fight. I wasn't 100% sure because obviously they're not just going to come out and give their whole game plan away beforehand. But I like to think I have a good eye when it comes to also evaluating the coaches. And I just didn't see anything to suggest that they had some great plan, and they didn't. So we got 50 seconds left here, guys. A lot of fighters in Haney's position, I think, would be going for the knockout here. And I know people will be complaining that Devin didn't try to get the knockout. But at the end of the day, he didn't need to. I mean, fans might have wanted him to, but he was completely dominant, and it's really as straightforward as that. So I don't know who's going to want to face Devin Haney in this division. We'll see. It'll be interesting to see whether he stays at this weight class or whether he just does one and done and then moves up to 147. But Regis Prograis and Devin Haney, it looks like they have a display of good sportsmanship after the fight. But wow. I'm not surprised, as Nate Diaz said. I'm not surprised, but I am impressed still. What a performance, guys. Thank you all for watching. I'll stay on here until the end of the post-fight interviews, and then I'll call it a day on the live stream. It's midnight here on the East Coast. I will be live streaming as well tomorrow from 1 o'clock. I believe it is 1 o'clock Eastern for the Chris Billum-Smith versus Matthias Masternak cruiserweight title fight, which is taking place over in the UK in Bournemouth. That fight is taking place tomorrow on a Sunday. Mithrandir, Teofimo, and Matthias Ryan. Yeah, Ryan, probably not. I don't think so either. Teofimo and Matthias. I hope that I would like to see both of those fights. I hope that Paro is a fool if I don't think there'd be any interest in the Paro fight. I think that if Devin is going to stay around at this weight class, he's going to want to fight the biggest names, given that he's already beaten a world champion. Teofimo and Matthias, those would be interesting fights. I would favor Devin in both of those, but I would like to see them. But let's see what they say in the post-fight interviews as far as what Devin's plans are. It looks like there's good sportsmanship between the camps. It looks like there's not actually that much bad blood between them. So I don't know. I feel bad for Prograis in a way because I think that he never did live up to his potential after the Josh Taylor fight. Oh, thank you, Mithrandir. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. That's a nice thing to say. Yeah, I'm going to keep doing these live streams. I'm going to definitely keep doing them. I'm going to work on doing some interesting new things with them as well. As I get a bit bigger and stuff, hopefully, I'm going to look at maybe bringing some guests onto them, maybe even doing some interviews and stuff, and bringing some other people onto them as well during the fights. All of the judges scored at 120 to 107. It was a decisive win. I'll say this. It wasn't controversial. Nobody will be complaining about the result of this one. It was, I think, honestly hard to pick a round that Regis won in this fight. But I mean, this is the thing about this fight. Because Devin Haney was the one moving up, and because Regis was the power puncher, and because Regis had the belt, I think people just didn't notice what a bad style matchup it was. And I think because Devin Haney fights in a style that a lot of people consider boring, People didn't give him enough credit, basically. So they're just interviewing Devin Haney. I'll see what he has to say, and then I'll switch this stream off. What has he got to say? I will say, I think that Bill Haney deserves a lot of credit. I know that some people don't like him and some of the stuff that he does outside of the ring, but it was a yeah, that's true. No bad blood because he lost. That is true. But I think Bill Haney deserves a lot of credit for this as well because they had a perfect game plan here. So what I'm really interested in here to see is who's next. Who are they gonna actually want to go for next? Or at least what are they gonna say? And that was it's true. Chris Mannix is talking about the discipline. The discipline impressed me as well. Bill Haney, I think, deserves a lot of credit as well. They're just what's he gonna do? Let's see. He says he felt a lot stronger at this weight. Okay, what's he gonna do next? What is he gonna do next? Let's see. What's the big fight out there for him next? What does he say? Oh, so he does. Okay, so he doesn't mention a specific name then. Okay. All right. So he doesn't mention a specific name. Okay. All right. All right, guys. I'm going to leave it there. So Devin Haney victorious with a very impressive victory, in my opinion, over Regis Prograis, who was very outmatched from the beginning. I appreciate all of you guys for watching the stream. I will be back tomorrow at 1 o'clock Eastern time, which I believe is 6 o'clock in the UK and 10 o'clock in the morning Pacific for Chris Billum Smith defense of his WBO cruiserweight title against Matthias Masternak. Thank you guys for watching. I appreciate all of you. Thank you, Mithrandir. Thank you, everybody who's been on the stream. I will catch you tomorrow. Thank you, Webley Clayton. I appreciate all you guys. I will catch you tomorrow. I am Brendan Unboxing, and I will see you soon.